We're streaming. We're streaming. And
Okay.
all right, and at least people won't hear me just breathing heavily and you know, raging like I was last time.
Right. Yeah. That was interesting.
Oh, that was just awful. That was just awful. And like I said, it was Peter who had taken the brunt of it originally, and
Right.
so but he handles it so well. And all right, so let me
Right.
see. Everything's around here. Derek Talley's here. Okay. So what do I do? Go to the live.
Oh yeah. Let me just check here.
Take your time. Yeah, do what you need to do. And
I'm gonna do the thing here and check out YouTube to see if it's all smooth and
thank you.
whatnot.
Yeah, appreciate that. Okay, and okay, there we are. And let me turn the voice on.
Whatnot.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Okay.
Okay,
And no one is.
Oh, two. We got a second person there. Marcus Crick says, "Hey guys, hey Marcus, hey Marcus." Yes.
Okay. There we go.
Yes, and Marcus was asking Crystal River about various things and Peter Moon about various things. Of course, always remember, Mr. Grix, you can always replay it once it publishes. King Raw 85 says, "What's up, my brothers? Loud and clear. So good to hear from you."
Hello.
Yes, wonderful. So good to hear from all of you. And hugs all around. All right. Now
Right. Much love indeed.
Yes. Let me get this other link here, and then I can start doing what needs to be done. We'll hear the echo once again.
I could start on some, just some observations. When I went to the store earlier, I tried to buy some lentils, right? And completely gone. Like the whole row, like all the beans, everything is like sparsely populated, and there's just a sign that says, due to manufacturer shortages or something, we won't have beans for like some time.
Holy shit.
So like the entire shelf was cleared of beans, and they were telling people to go buy canned beans instead and whatnot, because people are trying to stock up, and it's a problem that's happening now, for obvious reasons. But even in Germany and stuff, like the shelves are all blanked out, completely bought out of like foodstuffs. So I myself I bought like 40 pounds of rice and
holy shit,
stuff that would last.
Okay.
Dried beans and lentils and all that stuff.
Wow. Oh.
While I could still buy it,
Right. No, you did the right thing.
But I went to the Indian shop, and the Indian shop had everything. I mean, there was no panicked buying there.
Well, there you go. That's because, people think it's alien food and shit, and they avoid it. Oh, it's alien. They probably think that they all have coronavirus, right? Oh, they're a bunch of Asians.
Oh, yeah, which is interesting. I don't know. I don't know if this was relevant, but when I was there, I saw these two Asian chicks in there, and they were buying like masala tea and all kinds of herbs and stuff. So I mean, it's the spot to be if you need some herbal stuff.
Great.
Right.
Wonderful.
Which was interesting, because I'm not saying Asians don't ever go there, but it's like it's rare. It's more rare to see like some East Asian people there actually.
Wow. Okay.
So what do you? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. No. I think that's great, and I've got nothing to respond to that right now. I'm just too overwhelmed.
It's all good. Yeah.
But I'm. What was I going to say to that? It's just go ahead and keep on going. You're doing great, and I think
I'll keep babbling while you do that, because then after the first of the hour, I can go into my topics. I have a note page here.
Yeah, right. What I'll do is I'll open up with the blurb, the solicitation, and I'll give you 10 minutes to take a piss and make yourself some tea or something, whatever. Do you have all the necessary stuff like munchies or tea? No, not munchies.
Yes,
we don't want you chewing. We don't want you
I
chewing.
have everything. Which is, have you ever you've heard of Pocky, right?
Pocky,
those
yes.
chocolate dipsticks.
Yes.
Well, there's the only one I actually enjoy. It's called the super thin. Let me see or is it super thin? Ultra slim. Okay, it's called ultra slim Pocky, and this is one of. So a lot of the red package ones, the classic originals, those are made in Thailand because, as you know, the Japanese have spread out their their industries to the Southeast Asian countries to boost their economies as well, as like a sign of solidarity. And you've said before, it goes back to, World War II, when the kings of the Southeast Asia aligned with, of course, Japan. And so you've said before, it goes back basically reaping the benefits of that time period, I would say, in my opinion. And even before that, they were aligned.
Yeah. Very much so.
Due to Buddhistic and in some other program I could go into with you, I would enjoy that to talk about there's actually a Vedic aspect of the Japanese Buddhism as well, of course. I mean, because it all comes from that area. So.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like just quickly, that came up to my mind is like the word tenno. Mm-hmm. Like tenno.
Yeah, as in tenno heiko.
Heiko or Jimmu tenno.
Yeah.
That's actually a Sanskrit word that means king or like ruler. So.
Yes.
So it has a very deep connection from even prehistoric, I would say, times. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, very much so. And
so that just reminded me of that. But anyways, these pokies are the best ones to get, the Ultra Slims. And they have, types of like vegetable oil that are not normally used. Something about the Japanese formulation is different. Like,
yes.
It's hard to explain, but basically instead of using like the soy oils and all the sunflower oils, they add other ones to it, like coconut oil, of course, like rapeseed oil, this one. But it also has something called Ilipi butter, Saul butter, and shea butter. So it's like the blend of vegetable oil they use just makes the chocolate different. It's like palatted differently. So that's why I buy the specifically ones made in Japan. It's a special formulation. I don't know why they do it other than for quality. I mean, obviously it creates a better quality, but so that to me was interesting when I discovered that. The other ones are still good, of course, like, if you want some chocolate, but the best ones are like, of course, the Pockies that are made in Japan itself.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Thank you for sharing that, and you can keep on going. It's so glad you're here to save my ass, honestly, with all the stuff that happened. It's amazing, and it works out so well. Catch people up on what's been going on with school, for instance, and work, whatever else comes to mind.
Right. So there's a lot to that. I'm gonna leave the work thing aside. I'll talk to you about it in person. Or on a more personal note at some point. But with school, people are stopped. They're not showing up. They're starting to, fall into the panic, the COVID panic, or whatever you want to call it, to the point where they're sending us emails every day saying class is not canceled. Come in on Monday.
Wow.
Like there's no reason for us to cancel classes.
Right.
But people are panicking because one of the first deaths that happened was actually in Placer County, which is very near to Sacramento.
Holy shit.
It's right, it's basically right on the border. So one of the first deaths in California from the coronavirus was in Placer County.
Right.
And they were being treated at a hospital in Folsom, and so people around here are starting to panic and get weird. I'll just say that, get weird. And they're not showing up to school and stuff. And so in an effort to preserve their funding, they're trying to get people to keep coming in. Because as far as I'm aware, in California, if people don't attend, they don't get as much funding from like the federal government, like any school.
Right.
So they're trying to stop the bleeding, so to speak, and like get people to come in. But the reason why people are sketched out is at my specific school, it's like a smaller community college, but they have like a large nursing program where they get people that are in the medical field and they all come there to these various colleges in this college district. And so our school was actually exposed to someone who had been, exposed to the coronavirus. So it's like,
holy shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Still, so it's for sure.
It's like no big deal, really. I mean, when you think about it in some ways. But
yeah. I agree with you. It's like at this point, it's like any hospital you go into, there could be someone that works there that's had to deal with it, So there's that. But that's why people at my school specifically are freaking out. And my teacher, she's like a medical anthropologist, and she was laughing about it, actually, like making jokes. And she was saying, she's like, there's not much we can do. Just like wash your hands, like don't borrow people's pens, like there's only stopgap measures. I mean, we can't really do much.
That's right.
And so she just reiterated that to us and kind of,
Right. Yeah. And okay, so what I'm going to do now, we're at the top of the hour. You've done fabulous, and just maintain that kind of pace throughout the opening hour. So how long can you stay? I'm going to try and juice you for as long as I can tonight. So
what time is it? I have to go do laundry before a certain time. So 5, 6.
Well, just as long as you can. Stay with us as long as you can tonight. And
right. So the laundromat closes. I want to say like 7 or 8, so I can leave around like 6:30.
Okay.
Because if I get it in before that time, then they can't kick me out.
Okay. Good. Yes.
So like 6:30, I think, is the max.
All right. So stay with us till 6:30, and then do what you have to do. And but definitely glad you're with us now. I certainly need you, and very glad that you're with us.
Thank you.
Certainly turn towards the people in the chat room in a moment, but first I'll turn towards the obligatory solicitation, which provides our executive producer, Brendan Zogit, who's been kind enough to fill in the chatter till the top of the hour. It'll give him an opportunity to do whatever he feels he needs to do for about 15 minutes, 20 at the longest, but make it 15 just so that we don't risk overstaying wherever you've taken off to. And so I want people to know it's been quite the struggle in the much towards the positive now. I mean, we're back on the I would say the upward curve of emotional resonance as far as I'm concerned, and I definitely am glad to share that good news with our dear, beloved, he's like a son to me, of course, Brendan Zogit.
Thank you, Douglas.
Yes, and but of course he and I have both been participating in struggle to maintain ourselves. Now, Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own, contribute to the struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com. All due acknowledgement be unto our own personal hero, our dearest English brother in battle, who be Team Trex, Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com, as well as the YouTube Maggot channel property manager, John Henry McMills Warrington. You can subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/C/Magateur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. You can friend and follow he via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. For word no for he, not all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation as be the objective of the cult of the kings of Edom, the Temple of Set being a front thereof established by Michael Aquino. Spread the word about myself, Douglas Dietrich, that I, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at DouglasDietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacists, neo-Nazis, and confer while you're there a footnote on mine bio, sire, at showsdd.com on the homepage, and you can find out more about the meaning of the name of my biological father, which very few people be aware of. And let it be known throughout all and sundry that I myself, the scion of Adolf Hitler, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions at DouglasDietrich.com and encourage others to do so as well. People are forever asking, Renegatus Humanis Arma Ab Massa Irreductio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedo-patho-philocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on DouglasDietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go to DouglasDietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grand Madame Diana Lin Su-Chen Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath Sanjuichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site the 7,000 isles of the greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. And my late and sainted matriarch's photograph graces our thumbnail embedded image tonight, and certainly on the promotional banner on my Facebook timelines, which I hope everyone enrolls into Facebook just for the sake of reviewing my timelines. The Sora Aoi timeline in particular, gifted to myself to maintain myself on Facebook, from whence I've been banned, and of course the public community fan page timelines of the Renegade Military Historian and the DDD timeline established by our dear matriarch, honorary matriarch, the wonderful Ma Dame Mikhaila Grigorich, or Maria Mikhaila Grigorich, and need to check in upon her sometime soon. As for all of the videos I've been referencing that have been preserved by the likes of John Warrington, they're not on YouTube anymore, whereon I myself, as the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich, long ago established my high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, or between 2 to 3 days, for your full access to all mine archives, not on YouTube, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, which you can spell as TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 whenever he's not in Facebook jail. He, of course, being the Shifu, the sensei, the maestro of Damage, or Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, KLE combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on DouglasDietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate for what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Drax, Dietrich's or Dragon's heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7. Subscribe to his YouTube channel at youtube.com/user/bizarre-HD, which be spelled BIZAREHD, mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Indeed, the last Dietrich son of Dietrich's, or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the peacock angel Tavush Maliek be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judi, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear at just incomparable sacrifices to myself and, most tragically of all, mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge, which reminds me, of course, that I'll address that in a matter of minutes. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click Donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to substantiate, or shall we say, subscribe. I'm thinking of what I had to do with various things that I had to investigate, particularly in Korea before I came on air. I wasn't there in Korea personally, but I was calling people who were. And so we definitely substantiated what I will be addressing later tonight. But forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, and above all else, visit awakewithinthedreamproductions.com to emphasize that Douglas Dietrich referenced thyself to purchase thy ticket to rendezvous face-to-face with the Javel or Devil Angel himself as he delivers his live and personal headline presentation as one of 3 keynote speakers for the Living Truth Summit on site the Sacred Mount Shasta this pending June 18th through the 22nd, Anno Domini 2020 of this communal era. To reemphasize, purchase tickets to the Living Truth Summit 2020 at awakewithinthedreamproductions.com/tickets. Emphasize that Douglas Dietrich referred to thyself to purchase thy ticket to review his live and personal headline presentation to be delivered as one of 3 keynote speakers for the Living Truth Summit on site the Sacred Mount Shasta this pending June 18th through the 22nd in this 2020th year of our Lord. And of course, there is a $150 gift certificate to be had for the next 5 people who purchase their tickets towards this end. Subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich as well. Tune in, of course, every Wednesday and Sunday night, 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. As well, subscribe and donate at douglasdietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Now, we have a shout out that I need to give to 2 people in particular. One being to Eric Laystick, who donated a $250 United States dollars via money order to my residential address, and he relays his personal prayers unto Derek Talley. I, of course, maintain an ongoing mass prayer request for both the Maria Michaela Grigorich and Derek Talley. I almost said Eric Laystick. He could use some prayers too, I'm sure. But particular for Maria Grigorich and, of course, Derek Talley. And Derek Talley has an update, a status update. And he says, the only update is that my voice is completely gone. I still have 3 more weeks of radiation, so there be no chance of my voice returning before my treatment ends. However, hopefully I can get a good prognosis about when my voice will return by Tuesday. Oh, good. That's the same day I have a dental appointment to re-cement the gold crown that fell out of my fucking mouth. So aside from that, we have the Mr. Salman Sheikh, wonderful Muslim brother in battle, and blessings be unto he, in the name of Allah and the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And of course, a shout out to Stephen Myers, my black African American brother from another mother in New York City, and of course, the lovely Selena Khan. So I gave her a forewarning that our favorite Vedic practitioner would be on tonight. covering my ass in the opening hour. And I do want to emphasize that our man Brendan will cover some of the irony of that, why modern Hinduism is so different, and why people have a sour taste in their mouth left by all of the cult gurus that have so given it such a bad name. Now, I cannot overemphasize a few things before I get to my second major shout out and bring our man Brendan back on with us. Brendan, I hope you're there, yes? If not, hopefully he'll be on soon.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, good.
I had to unmute.
Oh,
yeah.
No worries. By the way, so I want you to be in the background while I give this shout out to two different people, actually, two more shout outs that I can think of. I want everyone to know that there's three men that I mention, and I want Brendan to pitch in whenever he feels, motivated to do so. I want people to know that there's three guys I mention all the time: John Warrington, George Knight, and Daniel Arola. And because I mentioned them as part of the solicitation, they don't really get absorbed in people's conscious mind. People just kind of hear it in the background. And there's no way I can overemphasize just how wonderful and how valuable these men have been. John Warrington has this wonderful sense of humor that he's just, without his eccentric, quirky sense of humor, life would be much the poorer, to put it mildly. And he's a wonderful human being in and of himself, and has definitely saved my ass more times than I can count. Daniel Arola, of course, people are seriously considering pitching money into kind of like a fund to try and convince him to come to Shasta with myself as basically my bodyguard or personal security. I don't know if he himself is open to that, but I'll bring it up now, and hopefully he hears this later and has a response. And I'll ask my manager, Lena Shea, to actually communicate that idea to him and see how responsive he is to that. As for George Knight, he is someone who has always been like another son unto myself, and he basically has done some remarkable work. And he has come up with something that there's no overcrediting him for this. He deserves remarkable praise. He really just keeps pursuing these obscure items and finding them. Honestly, one thing he did was he discovered two photographs that I had no idea existed, and I relayed them to Peter Moon. And what they were photographs of Michael Aquino conducting his ritual on my birthday at Wewelsburg Castle in Germany. If our friend Brendan Zogit wants those photographs, I'll forward them to him as well. I just remembered I should send them over to, what's the name of the young man who runs Strange Tales Weekly, Brendan? Joe?
Boyer.
Boyer, thank you. Yes, should send them over to him as well. But I had no idea those photos even existed, and so our man George Knight brought them up. Now, Lena Shea brought to my attention that George Knight, who's so wonderful, he always tries not to disturb me. And if anyone's welcome to disturb myself, it's George Knight. But the fact that he works through our lady Lena is deeply appreciated as well. And so he sent Lena Shea screenshots of scans that he took of various documents, and he said, look what I found later, Lena. He says, people like that Steve Outram and Richard K. Cole try and claim that the Presidio had no incinerator on site. I found an article from 1997 about the cost of the cleanup of the Presidio military base after it shut down due to Douglas Dietrich's exposition of the child trafficking scandal and the abortive assassination attempt on William Jefferson Clinton while he was running for president as a candidate. And a hit was organized against him in San Francisco based out of the Presidio military base. Of course, all of these were just too much, and the scandals ultimately forced the closure of the most important and indeed the largest military base outside of the Pentagon. And so he says basically he found these articles from 1997 discussing the cost of the cleanup of the Presidio and during base closure, and it states specifically that there be incinerator waste present on site. on popular campgrounds. Now, those sites were obviously used to dump the waste from the incinerator Douglas was working with. Show Douglas this, it proves to all those gang stalkers that there was an incinerator on site that they claim never existed. And of course, the screenshots are there, and this is deeply appreciated. Right. Believe me, there's no overpraising the efforts of George Knight. I want him to always continue. Deeply appreciate it, and all his works will be put to use. They'll definitely be shoved in the face of the enemy which is out there. And unfortunately, much of the enemy is the ignorance of the American public that would just be stupid enough to even listen to this kind of nonsense in the first place. I mean, seriously, help me out here, Brendan. You've never been...
Right. It reminds me, and yeah, I know people that have been on military bases like basically their entire life, including my friend that's currently in the Navy. But basically, you said it before when someone mentioned that. It's like, you really think a military base doesn't have that? Like, are you crazy? Like,
thank you.
That's insane. I mean, that's insane. Like, whether it's for garbage or documents, I mean, it all does the same shit. I mean,
yes. Thank you.
And because it's federal property, they can burn whatever they want. I mean, they can have a bonfire if it's like,
Yes. Thank you.
Like, all right. Like,
thank you. I mean, thank you. I mean, it's just common sense. I mean, seriously, people, a military base is obviously dedicated to the national defense. This involves national security. You've got this faggot named... Yeah, thank you. You got this faggot named Dickie K. Cole. You've got this child molester named Stephen Outram, a man who bragged about such to myself when he offered me $1 million to have sex with him in drag. And he wanted me to bring friends. And he specifically wanted them underage. Here you've got this kind of individual and Dickie K. Cole, the Martian Marine, and this guy who claims he's been in the Marine Corps, and he's telling you there's no such thing as an incinerator on a goddamn military base, the second largest outside of the fucking Pentagon? I mean, are you fucking kidding me? The 6th Army headquarters. Like, with all the shit that was going down, with all the kids they were fucking in the child daycare center, that for a fact is irrefutable truth, because of what I exposed, how on earth would they not be covering the evidence, aside from everything they were supposed to be burning, dealing with normal national security issues? I mean, honestly, just the idea that a military base would not have an incinerator is beyond insane. It's like it's so stupid it doesn't bear dignifying with a response. And yet, thank you. It's just had to get that out there. I could go on about it for hours, but it should be self-evident. And with that, I do want to give a shout out to one more individual who most of you will be, in fact, all of you will be unfamiliar with. And before Brendan takes over, I'm so glad he'll be with us till 6:30. And when he runs out and does what he does, I encourage him to come back in case I still need him, if that's all right with you, Brendan. And and
I'll still have my phone and stuff with me so I can monitor.
Oh, good. And that way I might ask you to, still back me up for a bit of time after you've gone, because of the time we're spending now of necessity. And I did promise this guy I would give him a shout out. I'll take as little time as possible with this, but it's something I may go into more in depth in the very near future. So let me read to everyone what this one individual said, and he's a very unique individual. I don't know much about him, and it's going to take a while to dig up what he said actually upon my screen, because the Google search engine is just bad. There's times when it's just really slow. So this individual's name is Shane Shiroma. And Shane Shiroma is very cherubic looking. He looks like, which one is the happy Buddha? Hotai. He looks like Hotai, the happy Buddha. And I honestly thought that he was just a caricature. I honestly thought he was like a Japanese actor or something that was on one of their, game shows that the gang stalkers had taken and was using as a racist caricature. So that's how iconically Asiatic and Hotai Buddha-like his face looks. And if he's listening, which I hope he is, Mr. Shane Shiroma, please do not take that in any way, shape, or form as intended to be insulting. It's complimentary. It's positive. You're a very happy-looking individual. I always have my reasons to be suspect. And so he says, "Hello, DDD. I was wondering if you have a service-connected disability rating. Thank you for all your sharing. Semper Fi, which is the Marine Corps shorthand for Semper Fidelis, are always faithful. And he says he's an Okinawan, Hawaiian, Chinese, Japanese Marine Corps veteran. And Maria Gregorich answered him first, and then he came back and was talking about some don't ask, don't tell policies that are gone, but the effects still are lingering. And then he said, hello, I know in a YouTube, Douglas, you mentioned Big Chicken Dinner. So that Big Chicken Dinner is referencing the acronym BCD, which is acronyms for Bad Conduct Discharge. So he says, I'm not sure if you said BCD or dishonorable, but if you are before this don't ask, don't tell ruling, you can fight. You have teeth to fight, and then he says PTSD, MST claim, PTSD, sexual trauma. You can have them reverse the ruling. Please fight them. Please fight them. And he said, my buddy said there be a chance to fight your discharge, etc. So what he may be assuming is that I might have been severed from the Marine Corps due to gender or sexual orientation. And I don't take this at all to be insulting. I don't take this to be some snide insinuation. I take this to be sincere in his concern. And no, it was nothing like that. If that's the impression, of course, with all my cross-dressing, it's understandable they assume that. Of course, how would anyone have found that out in the Marine Corps? And the truth is, they don't fucking care. They never did. And he's also talking about the post-traumatic stress disorder claims, etc. People have medical claims. All of this, of course, is applicable when you have a normal situation that's non-political. So I did tell him I would respond to this, and the major point is that he is not wrong, that even if I had a dishonorable discharge, which I do, were it under normal circumstances that say it were impacting my life negatively, there's always the opportunity to appeal. You could go before the public and bespeak your situation, which I have, and then you could, like, say for instance, it was suggested to me by an individual who I forget. Oh my God, who was the guy who interviewed me that one time? Brendan, you may not remember, and if you don't worry about it. He's like a guy who was like later on got involved with a bunch of basically Holocaust denial movements, unfortunately, and it wasn't Jeff Rance. It was a guy.
Oh, okay.
Big white guy. He was in the Marines himself. He was an officer, and I forget his name, but he published any number of books. Incredibly intelligent. It was so sad that he got involved with that kind of nonsense. But I don't remember his name right now. But I was interviewed by a retired Marine Corps officer who said that I should go to women's groups, like, and this is International Women's Day. I want to remind everyone, and I will again within a matter of minutes, and appeal to women's groups to help lobby for me to get my dishonorable discharge repealed because of the involvement with women's rights, because of what happened at Abu Ghraib and why I murdered two Saudi religious police officers who were literally massacring young girls who were running out of a burning dormitory. And
bastards.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What was that?
I just said bastards.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and so all of this is potentially there. The point is, I would not want to do any of this because my life has been blessed by this dishonorable discharge. This dishonorable discharge.
Right. I was about to say you got like a good outcome, believe it or not. Yeah, like what you were saying before.
Well, yes, thank you. And it wasn't, in the old days, the myth was that, oh yeah, you may as well have a swastika tattooed on your forehead if you have a dishonorable discharge. You'll never be employed. It's all bullshit. It's all fucking bullshit. Right. Nobody fucking cares.
Right. It's hard enough to be employed with just a normal one. I mean, it's not like it's going to do anything worse.
Dude, it's hard enough to be employed as a normal civilian. It's
yeah,
like,
thank you. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, let alone, and then they usually give preference to veterans, so veterans usually have it easier. The whole idea about a dishonorable discharge is just crap because most people, nobody investigates anymore. It's not like the old days where people had the ability to look up separation program numbers. But beyond that, what I've gotten is so much better. I am so much better off with the SSDI, the Social Security Disability Insurance, than I would be with a honorable discharge and military benefits. For one thing, I wouldn't be getting any steady income, even unless I was recognized for various disabilities, which is Richard K. Cole's scam. You know, he claims all of his sexual issues in the military and the fact that he had a taste for children, and they gave him like disability the rest of his life because of his sexual and gender orientation issues. Yeah, that because he liked young boys that he couldn't serve anymore, but because he wanted to serve so badly, they gave him this money for the rest of his life for being a pedophile. That's how the military works. This is why I have so much contempt for them. And so in terms of what is happening with myself, I don't have that onus. I don't have to live with that kind of comportment. And beyond that, it's just so much better off. I'll go into further detail in the future, but right now it's the bottom of the hour, and I need our man Brendan to dominate for the next hour. And effectively, basically, I'm going to go on mute, and I'm turning the show over to him for an hour. I'll be back. I'm going to make tea. I'm going to, get some water and just kind of really scan through the internet to find issues that I feel need to be analyzed. So I love you like a son, dear Brendan. You take over.
Could I just say something while you're still here?
Yeah,
just
please.
Not to get you going off on anything, but the situation with the virus, right? The virus, corona.
Yeah.
Okay, so someone was comparing it to the Spanish flu and all that, and they were saying, well, it doesn't kill the prime portion of the population like the Spanish flu did, right?
Yeah.
Like the working force, the younger people.
Right.
But and in Japan, they just discovered this case where it caused meningitis in a 20-year-old.
Uh-huh.
So that's pretty alarming, I'd say. That would bring it up to the level of, the Spanish flu, where it's going to take out people that are younger, based on the basis of meningitis. But not to get you going off on it.
Right. Well, just a few things to clarify before I go mute. There's no denying that young people are dying of COVID-19. Now, the majority of them are health.
The people on the radio didn't want to insinuate that, possibly to not panic people.
Yes.
So they were trying to disambiguate it. Anyways,
yeah. But we don't have that concern.
I mean, if it's happening, it's happening.
Yeah, and yes, thank you. And I will let everyone know. Well, we're not like the other right-wing assholes who are telling you this is the zombie apocalypse, but it's which is what puzzled me about. You remember when Justin White was on with myself, and he opened up with this bizarre. He was high out of his mind because he said he was on a lot of pain. He was on all these various drugs, and he opened up with a map that I had produced based on visions triggered by the Vox Arcana, and he was, which is something most of you may not know about, but those who do, they'll understand what I'm talking about. Brendan can cover that briefly if he wishes when he takes over, but the point was that I produced a map based on one series of those visions, and what happened was he said, oh yeah, and he brought up zombies, and they had overswarmed China, and first off, it was rather disingenuous because the entire developing world was overrun by the undead in that vision, the decedent ambulatory cryonic hosts. Yes. So but then it was like he was clickbaiting, and the situation's bad enough where it doesn't need that. Young professionals who are on the front lines of treating coronavirus are dying. Now younger people are developing meningitis. This is bad. It's very bad. It's and so beyond that, however, you did make me think of one more thing. Is that
Sorry.
Yeah, if I had stayed with a appeal and gotten to the point where I got military benefits, I would be going to the VA and I would be fucking dead. The Veterans Administration is, it's the largest healthcare system in the fucking world because America is always at fucking war. We got all this population of fucking veterans who have a whole separate hospital system, which is just fucking insane. It's the largest healthcare system in the fucking world, and it's the worst.
It's funny because the person I knew that worked for the VA, he used to be in the Army, and then he later on worked for the VA, and he told me it was to get he did it to get the benefits, like the civilian benefits and
right involved with being a civilian bureaucrat. Yes.
So he got the the better version of the benefits because he would work for them.
Yes.
So they don't even use their own system, obviously. I mean,
thank you. Thank you.
That's just what it brought to my mind. I mean,
yeah, thank you. You know, if I had my multiple lung collapses treated at the VA, they would not have been treated. I got extremely experimental, cutting edge surgery at UCSF as a civilian outside of the Veterans Administration. I would never have gotten that in the VA, and I would be dead. So, and I wouldn't be here today, and all the rest of that. Oh, we've got one more screenshot coming up from the messages just before I go. Let's see what's going on with that. And I don't know who that's sourcing from, but it looks intriguing. Oh, it's from Justin White. He was talking about, hope Derek appreciates my comment, which be intended to break up the monotonous litany of the 69 entered before mine own, is what I sent him. Oh, he gave me a thumbs up. There we are. Okay. He appreciates being acknowledged. Good, he is listening. Okay, there we are. Hugs, Justin. And all right, dear Brendan, love you. Hugs, and I'll let you take over.
Yes, thank you. Right. So yeah, I just wanted to say, like reiterate what Douglas was saying about, much appreciation to John Warrington. I mean, every time I've talked to him with Douglas, like on Skype, it was a really good conversation. I enjoyed it a lot. He's a very funny guy, and it's good to get that British angle that like you have to be someone that lives there to get the real story. So that's what he's good for in my eyes, because the stuff he says is really funny, and it's like, it's on point, I'd say. And also appreciative to George Knight. He's a really cool dude as well. Like when I've talked to him, and his work is really well done, I'd say. I mean, it's really hard to find stuff on the internet that's like that, on that level. So I appreciate him in that sense as well. And then many blessings to Derek, and he will make it through and be all right. It's just a matter of, going through, straightening by fire. You get like the sword, if the sword doesn't go through the fire, and then, it won't become a real sword. So yeah, that's one thing I would say to Derek is like, he will persevere. I mean, obviously, so many blessings to him. And then, yeah, I think that was it for acknowledgements. Let me see. And then, yeah, hello to Justin White. I appreciate Justin White too, if he's still listening. All right. So I went over what I was saying with Douglas, where people are developing, the meningitis from that. And that's pretty alarming, because meningitis is like swelling on the brain, just, which is pretty bad. So it's, if, the pneumonia is bad enough, but to get like swelling on the brain, that's very, serious. I mean, there's no other word for it, but that it's extremely rare occurrence is what this Japanese article was saying. It's like a very rare occurrence for that to even happen. And anyways, I'll it now. Of course, this isn't forever, but acknowledge Higher and Divine. I acknowledge Higher and Divine. I appreciate us even being here for that, despite the challenges. I mean, like I said before, like without all these challenges, like life would not have as much meaning in a sense. So that's important. And then as far as that goes, let me see if I can pull this up here. What is it? Space weather. No. Okay, so then in the so-called space weather world, which is what's happening in the sky and in space, supposedly, right? Like what's going on up there, there's a new sunspot that's showing that the sun is starting to move into the new solar cycle, because currently we're in a solar minimum. Excuse me. We're currently in a solar minimum, which means there are no sunspots. Like the sun's basically blank as far as sunspots go, which are like black spots or parts of the sun where the magnetic resonance allows it to cool down, and it creates like a dark spot on the sun. And so right now they're observing one new sunspot that's possibly belonging to solar cycle 25, which is the one that's coming up. And according to Hale's law, which is some astrophysics kind of law that has to do with sunspots, they switch polarities from one solar cycle to the next. So currently the one we're seeing has a reversed polarity from the previous solar cycle. So what that is saying is the sun is moving into the new solar cycle. And recently it had a shortwave solar radio burst. Okay, hold on, I'm getting some kind of text or something. Sorry about this. If you hear any kind of weird stuff. Okay. But yeah, so the new solar cycle is here. Starting to be here, and it's basically the sun began beaming electrons at us in a short kind of wave radio burst is what it's saying. And they were saying, basically what it does is it flashes a radio wave at the planet, and that's how they're able to monitor what's going on with it. And it's saying even in the height of a solar minimum, this would be considered a strong solar burst. So for that to happen during a solar minimum, it's as if like the sun itself was like speaking to us, or, blasting out some communication. In my opinion, I mean, obviously it's not, by the current science, it's not sentient, but I believe it is. I mean, anyways, so the sun itself is actually responding to us in that sense right before it begins its new cycle. So that was part of what I was going to bring up there. Let's see what else here. Just make sure I'm getting it all in order. Oh yeah, that's right. And then there's a couple other like health things I discovered. So I've been taking vitamin C for a long time, to supplement the natural vitamin C. But the best way, of course, is to take it from citrus, or there's plenty of fruits with even higher levels than citrus. Citrus actually has like a lower vitamin C level, but it has like bioflavonoids and stuff that increase the absorption. So it's still a very good source of vitamin C and antioxidants. But there's other fruits that have quite a bit of vitamin C. And, the best way to get it is from fresh fruits and vegetables. But I've been taking supplements too, because in our modern day, there's a lot more toxins in what the vitamin C does on like a chemical or scientific level. It has an extra electron that basically neutralizes free radicals, because free radicals are molecules in the body that they're starving for electrons, so they need an extra electron. So what they do is they bind to DNA, or they'll bind to cells, or they'll bind to various proteins or whatever is around them. They'll bind to that and create actually a toxic substance or destroy it in an effort to gain an electron in its outer shell. I mean, I might be going into like too much chemistry, but I mean, that's how it works. Is the point of the vitamin C is to donate extra electrons to the body, which electrons are negatively charged, and it neutralizes, or it helps to neutralize any kind of like toxic substance, really. Which is why the lymph nodes, or the lymphocytes, which are white blood cells, immune cells, their main weapon, quote unquote, so to speak, is vitamin C. There's actually a high concentration of vitamin C inside the immune cell, which is why you always hear people saying, oh, you have a cold, take vitamin C, take vitamin C. But the important part about that is you should have a front load, so to speak, of vitamin C that the body can use. So you don't want to take it, or you can take it, of course, while you're sick, but you want to load your system with the vitamin C previous to that. And I would say because of the modern lifestyle, it's like you should at least get 2,000 milligrams a day. And in my opinion, I'm not a doctor or anything, but that's like totally safe amount to take. I mean, and even the literature says that it's like that's the maximum safe amount, quote unquote. I don't agree with that, but I'd say 2,000 is like plenty for most people. So you take 2,000 per day. And anyways, where I was getting at with that is I started taking so you have the ascorbic acid, which is one form of vitamin C, which is what I normally take. It's like a powder, and it's very sour. It's like, vitamin C, or ascorbic acid specifically, which is vitamin C, it has like a very sour taste typically, unless you get like a buffered version. And buffered just means that it's attached to like a sodium molecule or a calcium molecule or some kind of other molecule that carries it, so it doesn't have that effect of like being so sour and like acidic on the stomach. But I find the ascorbic acid is totally fine if you just take a little bit, you know, per day. But I recently discovered this new type. Everyone's talking about it. It's called liposomal. I mean, I'm sure people have heard about liposomal. In fact, I'll bring up the chat room in case I'm missing anything. But yeah, the liposomal vitamin C has been shown to actually increase absorption, right? Let me see. Sorry, I'm pulling up the YouTube thing real quick. But the liposomal, what it does... Sorry, I'm having trouble finding it. Let me see. Yeah. So the liposomal vitamin C increases absorption because it coats the vitamin C molecule in something called they're phospholipids, basically. And phospholipids are stuff that makes up a cell wall in an organism. So you have like the cell, and then if you ever see the like if you ever take a class or whatever and they have like the drawing of the cell and there's like this little tadpole looking thing, it's like a circle with two squiggly lines coming out of it, and that represents the phospholipid, and it's like that's what comprises like the cell wall of a cell, and it's created by lipids, as in fats. It's a type of fat. So that's what the cell wall is made out of. That's what the skins are made out of, or like skin. And the vitamin C gets coated in that, and when you drink it or put it in your smoothie or whatever, it brings it into your cells directly because of the action of a phospholipid. It's like a drop of oil, like you put a drop of oil into water and it's like floating around on top, right? And then you put another drop of oil next to it and they'll attract each other and form like a bigger drop of oil. So that's what the phospholipid is doing to the vitamin C. It's joining its little phospholipid with your cell and absorbing whatever's inside of it into the cell itself. So that's like the theoretical idea of what it does. And it's made out of something that a lot of people have heard of. It's called choline. I mean, a lot of people have heard of choline. It's something that's in breast milk. It's in vitamins and stuff that helps the brain. Like people say it's very good for the brain because the brain is a bunch of cell membranes, a bunch of phospholipids, which is why fats are good for the brain. And the technical term is phosphatidylcholine. And it's the most abundant phospholipid in the cell membrane. And it's also contained in essential fatty acids. In the supplement form, it's called lecithin. So if you ever find lecithin, that's what it is. Lecithin, lecithin. And let me see what else it says here just to get it off my brain. Oh yeah, it aids in emulsifying fats, so it can actually pull fats out of the system as well. So it's a very unique kind of substance. But what they do is they take the vitamin C, and there's many ways to make it, but I was going to get to my point at the end here, that there's a final form, so to speak, a final form, to use like a Dragon Ball Z term. There's like a final form of it that has been developed that I find to be quite effective. That's like much more effective in my opinion. So the normal way to make it is they take the lecithin and they take the vitamin C and they blend it up or mix it together, and it creates this like kind of like gel-like liquid, or it's like it's still like liquid form, so it's not very viscous, right? So they take that, and that's what you normally get as liposomal, quote unquote, vitamin C. And so that's been very effective, I'd say, for many people that have trouble taking the vitamin C direct because it upsets the stomach, or they don't find that it's getting into their system as well. And there's literature on it that it could, as opposed to taking it the conventional way, your digestive system doesn't absorb it as much because a lot of it gets eliminated through urine and various things like that. But they've done blood serum tests where the liposomal vitamin C, that type it increases the blood serum level to a 200% increase for over, I want to say maybe an hour or two, which is remarkable, given that the body eliminates it quickly. And so it allows your cells. So if you have a sickness or you have some kind of toxic load, which a lot of people have because like it's just what happens when you go outside, you know, you have like pollution and even radiation, like sun radiation will increase your your free radical load. I mean, so what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is yes, okay, thank you. I think it's Sarah Shields, right? Yeah, Underfell girl. She's saying kiwi fruit. Yes, thank you. Kiwi fruit does have the most vitamin C. So if you like kiwis, you're in good shape. Which is interesting because the kiwi is the only other fruit or the only other way to get your blood serum levels of vitamin C that high. Something about the kiwi fruit allows it to absorb better. So it's interesting. Let's see what else is anyone saying. Hydrogel. That sounds interesting as well. A new solar cycle, buy all the lentils and toilet paper. Yeah, I mean, you could go that far, but let's hope there's no solar flare or anything. Obviously, that's just a joke. I mean, it's not going to happen like that. I hope. It could happen, but it's not going to happen anytime soon. Anyway, so the point I was trying to make is I found this new substance called the lipospheric vitamin C, and this particular company claims that, or I mean, I want to say it's a claim because it's like I don't know exactly what they do with it, but their claim is that it creates a spherical shape of the phospholipids. Somehow they do it with like ultrasound technology or some kind of sound technology, which is very interesting because that's like a harmonic. It's almost like a harmonic way of creating it, but they create these small spherical. I would call them like a pseudo cell or something similar to an actual cell that encapsulates this vitamin C through their technology, quote unquote. And I found that stuff to actually be very effective. It's called lipospheric. You can find it if you type it in. But at the same time, you could get the same results with just normal lipospheric or even just normal vitamin C if you take it, regularly and you buy like a high quality non-GMO, possibly even organic version. Like it's comparable. I'm saying it's comparable, but I've found that this lipospheric stuff is actually really good. And the phospholipids help with skin, and a lot of bodybuilders actually use this lipospheric type of vitamin C. And it does help with skin and collagen. That's why a lot of the bodybuilders take it, is because vitamin C, people think of it as just what I said before, it helps with the immune, but it's actually a fundamental building block for collagen, which means your bones, your skin, like it does a lot more than what people give it credit for, as far as vitamin C goes. See if I can find this little bit about it. Okay, yeah, it's saying here, it protects the immune system, of course, but it also maintains the health of blood vessels, tissues, cartilage, bones, eyes, and other organ systems. It's required for the biosynthesis of collagen, L-carnitine, and neurotransmitters. So that's why vitamin C is important. It's not because of some, you're going to get a cold if you don't take it, but it's actually something that the body needs. And here's the caveat, or the important piece here. Human body, there's a mutation in the human liver that about 100,000 years ago, we lost the ability to create our own vitamin C. So you have goats, cows, horses, like all those animals can create their own vitamin C, which is why you get the term, healthy as a horse, or because they get injured and they instantly recover from an injury that's like a cut. I'm saying like a regular injury that involves like soft tissue. They recover very quickly. You have goats. The goat, it has the highest levels of vitamin C in its blood serum levels, upwards of 13,000 milligrams per milliliter or whatever, something very high, way higher than humans ever get to. And you can ask any farmer, like a goat almost never gets sick. I mean, they can eat all kinds of shrubbery, all kinds of poisonous weeds. Like they eat all the weeds because their body, if there's a toxic load on the body, it can just produce its own vitamin C and counteract whatever it ate. So that's why vitamin C is important, as well as the building of the collagen in the bones. And that's why bodybuilders will actually use it, because you tear the fibers of the cells, right, of the muscles when you're working out, and it helps rebuild it faster. So this is actually where I found it. Originally, before doing my research on vitamin C, a bodybuilder said that this is like the one thing he uses for recovery that like no one ever knows about. So that's important as well. Okay, so we have in the chat room, we have Sushi. She said, or they said, I used to buy Trader Joe's vitamin C crystals. They don't sell them anymore. Do I recommend a brand of them? Yeah, the brand I use is going to be, it's called Nutribiotic. So if you find Nutribiotic, I found this one to be very useful because it's purified, of course. So like I said before, the best way is like kiwi fruits and stuff like that. But if you need a supplement, it's called Nutribiotic ascorbic acid. And I take the one with bioflavonoids because that helps absorption. So Nutribiotic, you can get it on Amazon or whatever easily. But the important part why I use this one, it's like completely non-GMO. So, and normally it's like, Douglas has said, there's pros and cons to the GMO, of course, like with all things. It's not just black and white. But the important part about the vitamin C and the GMO is it's important to get a non-GMO vitamin C because the vitamin C that is GMO, it comes from corn and it becomes, more refined, and it's not as balanced, I'd say, of a substance. So that's why I get the non-GMO version. Nutribiotic is the brand. There's also other good brands as well, but this one is the best bang for your buck because you get like 16 ounces for like maybe like $20-25, and it'll last like half a year. I mean, you only need a pinch, so there's that. Oh yeah, one second. Okay, sorry about that. I'm still here. I had to open the door for someone, so be just a second. Okay, so, all right, sorry about that again. And then, so there's all that. That was just my spiel on vitamin C. I didn't even get to what I was trying to speak of, so I'll still have some stuff to say in a second. But yeah, so that was a good brand as well, Nutribiotic. And then the other one was Lipospheric. So what I was talking about, let's see what else. Someone else also said, okay, yeah, Zushi is a male. Okay, yes, thank you, sir, for asking that. And then gut bacteria is essential to health as well, right? So that's a very good point. The vitamin C doesn't actually kill the gut flora, which is why it's an important aspect to, curing various things. Whereas if you overuse like the colloidal silver and stuff, it has a very minor effect. It's actually not too much compared to regular antibiotics. So that's interesting. And yeah, I like to thank David Gilmer for this. The gut bacteria is essential. I read something recently that said 80% of your brain's neurotransmitters come from gut bacteria only. So there's a direct link between the gut and well-being, of the mental faculties as well. So that's very essential. That's a very essential point. But my point was that the nano, I call it nanospheric vitamin C, was very good. To be, it's basically the first thing you do in the morning. You take it, and it's like this gel. It's a little packet, and it's gel. It's like this gel stuff inside, and it tastes horrible because it's made of those nanospheric phospholipids or whatever they are. So you have to like put it in a little shot glass and swirl it around and just like down it like it's a shot or something, and wait 15 minutes to absorb into your system. And you can feel the difference. The phospholipids go straight to your brain because of, just the nature of, the choline and stuff. It's like your brain can absorb it, and that'll help you with mental fog and like clarity. So, and then the vitamin C will cut down a lot of the toxins as well. The free radicals. So that was my point on that. I'd like to move on to something else I discovered that's essential for health. Today I went to the Indian shop and I bought a copper. It's like a small copper drinking glass. And so the copper, it's important nowadays because some people, just nowadays we don't use copper as much, but back in the olden times, quote unquote, people used to use copper a lot more. It was easier to form. It's I'm not sure if it has like a lower melting point. Let me check. But anyways, it's easier to work with. And the ancients actually, ate. So let's see. Okay. The ancients used to eat, drink, make their food out of copper. Let's see. So on the comparative scale, copper is 1900 degrees Fahrenheit melting point. Similar to gold. It's a little higher than gold. Let's see, iron and stuff is at 2000. So, wrought iron's almost at 3000. So that's why it was used back in the day. It was easier to create with more rudimentary technology. So most people ate out of copper, and the copper, it's not like steel, like stainless steel and most steels, certain alloys are inert. I mean, they have like a neutral effect on water. They don't, that's what the point of using stainless steel is. It has like almost no reaction to water, but the copper, it reacts with water, and it actually imbues, similar to like a cast iron or something, it imbues some of the copper into the water. And because nowadays I would say most people are copper deficient, which it's like a micronutrient, so it's not something that anyone should take a supplement to do. But that's no one should take the supplement really unless like they're deficient, medically deficient, and they need it. But like one way to supplement the copper is to actually just drink out of a copper cup. And a shout out to Sarah Shields. She said she has an old copper mug. Yeah, use it. I mean, that stuff's really good for health, actually. And the reason why I bring it up is there was a journal that was released recently, like of some medical research, and they were saying that they're developing nano copper particles that will be used to actually cure cancer, or it can like limit the cancer cell. So that's very interesting to note. So I would say using copper in your maybe not every day, but if you use it, once a week to cook a soup, a copper pot, or every couple days you pour some, fresh water in there and you just let it sit, and it will energetically imbue what you're drinking with the copper essence. And so that's very, very good, I would say. Just for in general, everyone nowadays, we have like, I'd say collectively a copper deficiency. And you can ask any chef, I mean, any I don't want to call them like super professionals, but what's the word for it? Like anyone that's at the top of their game in the chef world, they'll swear by using copper pots. for their conductivity. Like you can turn it up, and and it basically heats up instantly. The heat transmission is phenomenal. So like a lot of people know that about copper. Like that's the point of using it. Its conductivity is really high. So it's something that a lot of chefs cook in that are that know about the the nuances of being like a top chef, so to speak. And so that's something else that I wanted to add in. And then let's see here. Okay, so and then currently, so as far as the week is concerned, we're approaching, tomorrow is the start of a supermoon, and it's known as, let me see, I sent a message earlier about it. Sorry about this. Okay, kind of getting more choppy as I go on here. I'm not as smooth as Douglas here when he transfers topics. Let's see. Okay, yeah, tonight is a supermoon once again. It is known in the Native American reckoning as the worm moon, which is referenced as the worm moon because it's when the ground thaws out and the worms begin coming out and the life starts to emerge from the soil. So when the winter soil thaws and reveals the life within. So if you go out tonight, or if it's already nighttime where you're at, you could see potentially an extremely bright moon, a supermoon, or the worm moon, as it's called. It's also known as the Lenten moon because it is Lent right now currently, or it was. It's the first full moon after Lent is basically what it is. And so that's something to note. It's something cool to go check out. I went on pretty long about the vitamins. I wasn't supposed to go that long on the tangent about vitamins, so apologies on that. And yeah, so the Lenten moon. So, and then the part I wanted to stress was, so when it comes to the Vedic culture, and Douglas mentioned earlier, like some people are, of course, I mean, I totally agree with it. Like I have nothing against it, that there is an antipathy to like the Hindu culture and the Vedic culture just because of the way it manifests currently. It's not, it's something that if you look over and see what is happening in the Vedic world, or not even the Vedic world, the Hindu world, if you look at that, I mean, there's all kinds of stuff going on, like bad smells and, various things that are pretty bad when you're, in that sense. So I agree that the Vedic culture, to most people, doesn't seem like something holy or something to go towards or strive towards, but it's interesting because the basis of it, or the fundamental pieces of the Vedic, is actually in everything. I mean, it's in all the mythologies, it's in the linguistics. So the fundamental aspect of all this human experience is actually, I would say, it's rooted in that same. And so to take away the stigma, it's like you should just think of Vedic is just timeless. It's just multiversal law. I mean, it's just stuff that in this universe that's currently active, it's just stuff that is manifest. I mean, it only manifests in one way. For example, like a multiversal law is like no being can own another being, right? So that's Vedic. I mean, something that 1 million years ago is the same as now and is the same as 1 million years ahead of time. So, it's just multiversal law, really. I mean, that's the only way to put it. We're like, all the words that are associated with it, like dharma, karma, all that stuff, like that's all been so conflated and zigzagged and put here and there. And like, it doesn't make sense to anyone. I mean, it's not very, it's not something most people want to strive for, but I want to just, emphasize that the Vedic system is a core system at its core, at its root core. And it, that's why it's better to translate it as eternal principles. It's really just the eternal principles. And so if you dig deep enough in any culture, in any kind of religion, you'll find those eternal principles there. And so when I'm saying Vedic and I'm talking about Vedic holidays and Vedic this, Vedic that, I'm talking about the original meaning, the original substance, not, not what's come about. I mean, there's no one in, and there may be some Indians that if they hear this, they would get, very violent and angry, but there is no like real Vedic in India at all. I mean, there's like the backdrop of Vedic, or, the remnants or the skeleton of Vedic, but none of those people practice that, in my opinion. I mean, hardly any of them do. So in that sense, it's very misconstrued, and I was going to get into it now quickly while I still have time. So that was just my caveat, is that, yeah, I understand that like the Vedic concept a lot of people are adverse to because of what's happened in India and in these Vedic countries for thousands of years, 5,000 plus years. And I just like to say that, yeah, like it's not like that, it's not, that's not the praiseworthy aspect of it. The praiseworthy aspect of it is the fact that it is higher and divine oriented. And at its essence, it has, everything the human experience needs to understand like the universe around it and how to interact with other beings and how to, do things like that. Like I said, universal principles. I mean, no being can own another being. I mean, that's a universal principle. I mean, like, like that's, that's a lot of problems just even come from that in this life. Like, you marry this person or you have this person with you and you want to control what they do. They want to control you. And it becomes this give and take shenanigans, or the whole aspect of slavery. I mean, everyone knows it's wrong because like it is. It's like a multiversal thing. Is like you can't own another being. I mean, that's simple. And that's just my take on it. There's so many other multiversal laws, quote unquote, as it would be referenced or whatever. Having trouble thinking of them off the top of my head, but they're there. For example, like, just being in the body, taking care of the body. I mean, it's like something that's given to you. It's something you move and you deal with. I mean, so that's why almost every religion, every culture, they say, okay, take care of the body. The body is the temple, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, that's always going to be fundamental to any experience. I mean, you can't have an experience without taking care of the body. I mean, and there was also an interesting story I thought of when Douglas was talking about something else before on another transmission, but the fact that a lot of our medical knowledge and about herbs and plants and stuff, it all comes from animals actually. And so, like, for example, they don't tell you this in the history books or whatever, but as far as I could ascertain, the way they discovered quinine, which is an anti-malarial drug, it comes from this specific type of tree, and this tree bark that contains high levels of quinine or quine. I don't know how to pronounce it properly. Quinine. You can look it up. It's Quinine. Quinine, and it's a medication that's used to treat malaria. And so, from my understanding, the way it was discovered was when elephants, and this is like in the Indian subtropical area, and I think even in Africa, but I'm not sure. But when elephants get a fever, and obviously, well, perhaps they do know about it, but they don't know that it's like a malaria and it's a parasite, and they don't know what's going on. They just know, okay, this elephant has a fever and they're dying. They will go out and strip a tree, the specific, let me see what the tree is called. There's a specific tree where it comes from. The elephant will take the tree bark and give it to the other elephant to eat or to chew on. And as far as I'm aware, that's how humans discovered what quinine was and how it could actually treat people. And so that's something that the animals, because they're able to take care of the body on a more energetic level, and they know, okay, this plant does this and this plant does this somehow, through like thousands of years of, you could call it evolution or whatever, but they understand that plant does this. And so when they have a fever, they'll bring the elephant the quinine containing substance. It'll remove the parasite of the malaria and actually cure them. And so that was just something that came up. I was interested if Douglas can hear me. Oh, thank you, Sarah Shields, for saying, yeah, I pronounced it correctly. Thank you. But yeah, if Douglas heard that, I was hoping he would, obviously he's indisposed right now, but at some point he might comment on it, hopefully. And then this segues into what I was really going to speak about, which tomorrow is the holy day, and that's not a pun. It's a holy holiday of, now it's becoming a tongue twister. It's called Holi, and people know this. Now it's a Hindu holiday, and I'm saying that in disambiguation from the Vedic holiday of its origination. It's called Holi, right? Holy. And this is the one where it's the whole palava, where everyone, they all go to the Ganges and they throw the colored dye on themselves, and they hug each other and they eat sweets. And that's what it is on the surface, or this current time. It's like, that's what they call Holi. It's called the Festival of Lights. Maybe I'm confusing it actually with something else. But yeah, anyways, that's the one where they throw all the colored dye on them. And it's a very famous holiday, even in the West. People know about it. But I'm going to say right now that that's not the original meaning of Holi or holy. And so and I'll tell you the backstory on it. This is what I was going to get into. The backstory of Holi it comes from real, mythologies and, higher beings and the politics of higher beings in this multiverse and how it all works. And it actually comes from that in the background, but they don't ever emphasize, like, you don't see those people throwing dust on each other. You don't see them emphasizing what it's originally about. I mean, even during the puja and all the stuff they do, it's like, it doesn't really tell them what originally this holiday was meant to be. And so I was going to try to explain it a bit. So, and yeah. So Holi comes from an ancient story in the Vedas about a king. He was this king that he was one of the gatekeepers of Vishnu. He was a worldly king, so he was, embodied on planet Earth. And at one point he was an asura, which is like basically they're known as demons and such, but and yes, the diatomaceous earth from Henry Solstice, he's saying it's nice to kill those bugs. And yeah, I could only imagine that's where that came from, throwing the dust on themselves. Like, it could have been from something like that, That's funny. Anyways, so it comes from the story of Prahlad. Prahlad is a being or a child that was born during that time. During I believe it was the Treta Yuga, so it's a very high consciousness period in history. Treta Yuga is like right underneath the Satya Yuga, so it's a very high status. Like, the Satya Yuga is a golden age, the Treta Yuga is like a silver age, and then you have the Dwarpa Yuga, which is the bronze age, or the technology age, like we're in, and we're coming out of the Iron Age, or the Kali Yuga, the dark age, which some people say we're still in. But anyways, this story happened during that time, a higher consciousness kind of time. And the story has to do, just briefly, I'm trying to highlight it. You have Prahlad, who is a devotee of Lord Vishnu, or someone who's of high consciousness. He's a child, and he represents the purest of the pure. Someone who naturally goes towards higher divine and just has that in his heart, like something higher and divine is there, and he's going to honor higher and divine. And the enemy of the story is this being, like I was saying earlier, the Asura. His name is his name is Hiranyakashipu. Hiranyakashipu is this demon, or this lord. And this lord, he was a worldly lord, but he was so powerful, this being, even though he was evil, he was still like super powerful from doing, he was still acknowledging higher and divine, doing boons for Brahma, which is the creator. He was doing boons, and he received a wish, or one, a boon is like, a wish or something, one of his wishes could be fulfilled. And so he wished to basically become immortal, but because the gods the gods never metered out immortality. I mean, they would rarely ever give anyone immortality for obvious reasons. I mean, because it defies like the multiversal law of like, you know, you're embodied and then you move on and you evolve and then take another embodiment. So this Hiranyakashipu, he found a way around not being able to get immortality, because when he did enough work, or he did enough, you know, penance, when he did enough penance, he got this boon, and he wished, you know, that he can't be killed in the day or the night. Okay, he couldn't be killed in the day or the night. He couldn't be killed by man or beast. He couldn't be killed by man or woman. He couldn't be killed by knives. He couldn't be killed by rocks. You know, like he basically just said this verse that was like, any possible way of dying, he couldn't die by that method. And so basically he was invincible. And he found a way around not being able to get the immortality by becoming invincible in a worldly sense. And so after that, he became even more arrogant, even more evil, you know, like even more crazy. And this being Hiranyakashipu, he basically ruled entire solar systems. I mean, he ruled our entire solar system. And this is what the Vedic texts say. This is not like me embellishing the story. Like he owned not only our solar system, but entire like star systems. This being like, he was that strong. I mean, that powerful of like a being, and no one could, you know, counter him. And he was, you know, he ruled this entire like, you know, material that we know, or like a lot of it. He owned like a pretty big chunk of it. And so, basically, the retribution from the multiverse was that his son was born as this Prahlad, a very high being that was, you know, a devotee of Lord Krishna, or Vishnu, excuse me. Krishna's a later incarnation. This is way before Krishna. So he was born as a devotee to Lord Vish. And this Prahlad, he was so powerful, he learned from a rishi while he was still in the womb. So this kid, he was only 8-9 years old when he stood up to Hiranyakashipu, his father. But he was already like, you know, he already attained like the Atman level, or, you know, he attained like the soul level by just understanding like the world around him by age 9. So he's a very accomplished being. And so that was this guy's punishment, is he was supposed to learn to be humble because his son was, you know, someone who could acknowledge higher and divine and be more respectful to higher forces. He was supposed to learn from that experience, but instead he demanded that Prahlad, his son, he demanded that he stop, you know, doing penance to Lord Vishnu, and he start doing penance to him, you know, his father Hiranyakashipu. And he gave him all these reasons, like, I'm more powerful, and, you know, you could see I own like star systems, and, you know, I could go from this realm to that realm, and I could do all this, and I'm the most powerful being. You know, his ego kicked in, basically. Like, this being Hiranyakashipu was running off that ego level where he's like, oh, I'm the most powerful, like, you have to bow to me. And Prahlad basically said, I'm only bowing to higher divine. Like, there's no other, I'm not bowing to anyone else, you know. And so this being Hiranyakashipu, he got upset at his own son. And so he tried, he did all kinds of stuff. He threw him into water, like, he basically threw him into the ocean, and Prahlad ended up coming out alive. He threw him into a well and like covered it up, and, you know, did all this stuff. And like Prahlad ended up getting rescued from that by, I think his mother or something. But basically it continues from there, where it comes to this head where Hiranyakashipu puts him on a pyre, like to light him on fire. Right. And he orders his, one of his consorts, who's this female demoness, which her name is actually, let me see, I wrote it down. Her name is Halika, which is the root word for where holy comes from. You know, Halika just means, I think it's a root word for, you know, the flaming pyre or some kind of flame. And this demoness, she was resistant to fire. She had some kind of power up that made her resistant to fire. And so she was ordered to go to where Prahlad was and put him on this pyre and basically light him on fire and stuff. So in that situation, Prahlad, was doing penance to Lord Vish, and he was saved by, just pure penance and like the purity of, how pure he was. He was rescued from that. And basically that fire was deflected, and it actually killed that Halika, that demoness, who was supposedly immune to fire, like completely immune to fire, but it still killed her because of like, she went against the multiverse. Basically, she was doing the work of Hiranyakashipu, who was going against the multiversal law. And so it killed her. I mean, she got destroyed. I mean, and so that pissed off Hiranyakashipu, and he did, his arrogance was such that he never did anything to Prahlad directly. He just had his like minions do it and like, okay, go try and kill him. And this is his own son. He's trying to like kill his own son. So like that tells you how fucked up this guy was. So he's trying to like kill this kid who's absorbed in pure penance to higher forces. And Hiranyakashipu, finally he gets off his own throne, which is what his name means. It means the golden throne. So it kind of tells you like how ballin' this guy was. He was like literally had like a golden throne and ruled the entire like cosmos from it, or part of the cosmos. And so he gets off his throne and he says, all right, well, I'm going to step in, and I'm actually going to, and he brings down the entire palace onto his son Prahlad and completely like obliterates the palace, tries to kill him. And, basically Prahlad comes out alive because he's protected by, higher and divine. And so after that happens, he gets enraged. And so he starts, going full, Super Saiyan, and starts attacking, the pillars around him and trying to, nothing he does will kill him. I mean, he's invincible. Prahlad's actually invincible. He gains real immortality as opposed to this guy's fake immortality. And so in the final stand, he strikes a pillar, and this pillar breaks open, and the wrathful form of Vishnu comes out. And this wrathful form of Vishnu is Lord Narasimhaya, and it's like Lord Narasimhaya is the form of Vishnu he's half lion, half human. He has very divine armaments, and he's the fierce aspect of divine that comes down to help, those who are in need. And so this being thought he was invincible, and he encounters this wrathful form of Lord Vish, and because he manifests, this is the beauty of the story, is that the manifestation he came in, it was neither man, neither human. He corners Hiranyakashipu inside, in the doorway of the castle, so he's neither inside nor outside, and he uses his claws to disembowel him, which is neither a weapon nor is it like a blunt object or getting buried to death. So the Lord manifested in such a way that negated his boon completely. So this guy thought he was totally invincible, but it's just a metaphor for saying that, like, if higher and divine, if you truly go against the multiverse, I mean, there's nothing that will protect you. I mean, you could have the entire star systems, you can have star systems, you could have, all the weapons, you could have all this power, and if you go against higher, you will get the retribution from it. So that's the meaning behind Holi, is that that Prahlad did not listen to his own parents or his own father because they were going against, or he was going against higher and divine. And so the point of it was that if he was going against higher and divine, he didn't have to listen to his father. I mean, people tell you, oh, listen to your parents, do this, do that, which of course you should if your parents have, that essence, an actual spirit. I mean, obviously. But if there's someone like Hiranyakashipu, like, you don't have to listen to that. I mean, if they're going to hell, if they're being crazy, you don't listen to them. I mean, it's that simple. It's really that simple. And that's the meaning behind Holi. It's not throw a bunch of colored powder on each other and eat sweets and do all this hugging. And, what it's become now is just, it means nothing. It's like meaningless. The whole point of it is, bow to higher and divine only. I mean, that's the point of it, is that the higher forces, will always have your back because you're going with the flow. It's like a Tao. It's even similar to like the Taoism. Like, if you go with the flow, there's nothing that can impede that. I mean, there's nothing. that can impede the flow of, the universe. So if you go against that, no matter who it is, it's done. I mean, it's finished. So even Hiranyakashipu, this being who, it's like something out of Dragon Ball Z. I mean, he owns star systems. He could destroy a planet. Like this Hiranyakashipu dude, he could like send out a beam and destroy an entire planet. Okay, so even he couldn't have full immortality, or he couldn't go against higher forces, even him. So that's the point of Holi. It's not what it's become. And that's what people should take away from, if they ever do celebrate that, they should understand what it means. And there's no one in India that holds up a sign that says, oh, listen to higher divine, don't listen to your parents. I mean, no one has that sign out there. No one's holding up that flag or waving that flag. So it's just been over thousands of years, it's been misconstrued, what all these stories and what all this cosmology. And so that's why India is in the state that it's in. And I'm not saying that to take away from their culture. It's just the fact of the matter. You go to India, it's like, it is like being in hell. I mean, there's like bad smells, you see all kinds of suffering. I mean, none of that is good. So that's the meaning behind the true Vedic spirit behind that.
Thank you. And you managed to do that before the bottom of the hour. How
thank
are
you.
How are you for time with your laundromat? Do you have to run there now? And you can let us know as on the phone. Just get back into the call since you're on the Skype. Just get back into the call when you're at the laundromat and kind of stabilized. Then let us know when you can speak again, so that if I need you at that point, I can bring you in, because I very well might. Probably will. So,
right. Yeah. I'll just need to use the bathroom and stuff.
In the meantime, close up everything, wrap it up, do a wrap up for us with what you were
right. And so, that was just my point about it, that the true Vedic essence is in all, it's in everything. It's just the nature of this multiverse. It has nothing to do with what you see in India. It has nothing to do with what you see here or there. It's an essence. It's an essence of how you should act as an embodied being. It's not that thing, it's not Hinduism. It's nothing like that at all. It's like nothing like that at all. So that was my point. That even though they do celebrate the Holi, they don't know the true meaning of it. A lot of these people don't. Even the Brahmins in India, I mean, I hate to say it, most of them, if not all of them, are basically corrupt. I mean, at this point in history, that's why they call it like the Kali Yuga, So yeah, there. That was my point.
Yeah, definitely. I appreciate that, and I think that we're
I hope it made sense. I'm just going to say that because I get really impassioned about these things, and a lot of people probably don't know a lot of the Vedic terminology, but I tried to simplify it as much as I could.
Okay, and I want to take a little bit more of your time, if this isn't too much of a risk, by going to the live dashboard.
Oh yeah, no, it's totally fine.
Yeah, great. Let's take a look at the live dashboard and see what people have been saying. And so,
my question: did you hear any of that, Douglas, or some of it?
No, unfortunately.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
And as a matter of fact, I actually might take a final break for a few minutes and just to run to the restroom. But so if I could steal about 10 minutes more of your time, and just want to get
that's fine, because there's a final recipe I wanted to give out.
Oh, good. Why don't you do that? I'll be back in a few minutes, and we'll just go quickly over to the dashboard and see if anyone has any questions for you. Okay. And you can take.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but just go through your recipe. Right back.
So, anyways, after I got that spiel out, praise to Higher and Divine. Thank you, Higher and Divine, for even allowing me to do this, and thank you to Douglas. I mean, without making it sound super insane, but you are definitely an aspect of Higher and Divine. I mean, without even counting, Melik Tausch and those various forces. You yourself are a force, So thank you, Douglas, in that sense. And then, so the recipes I have, of course, are, if anyone has heard of golden milk or moon milk, then it would be familiar to you what I'm about to say. But I finally, I used to buy it. It was this stupid bottle. It was some organic golden turmeric milk for $4 for a little tiny bottle. So I said, you know what, fuck that. I'm just going to make it myself. And so I found out how easy it is to make this thing called golden milk. And what it is you take coconut milk. You can even use regular milk if you have some organic, high quality regular milk. but I use coconut milk, and so you get a fatty base, which is milk, fats, and then you put in turmeric, you put in various herbs, you could put I use cardamom, ginger, turmeric, a little bit of ashwagandha, and like a little bit of holy basil, which is called tulsi. It's called tulsi, is the name of that plant. And so when you mix that together, boil it up, it creates this thing called golden milk. And golden milk is very good for cleansing the body of toxins. It's very good for the skin. It's very useful for various things. If you just look up, golden milk online, you'll find it, a lot of recipes for it. And so for me, that's a really good tonic. And even if you make it and then you put it into the copper, my point is that you put it into the copper vessel and you drink it from the copper and the turmeric actually have a synergistic effect, an energetic, synergy. And so that's how I have this much energy for even saying what I'm saying right now, is I made the turmeric golden milk and I put it in my little copper cup and I'm drinking it right now as I'm speaking, and it energizes the body and gives it's the turmeric even, I've heard from multiple people that when you drink it clears up the olfactory nerve somehow. I don't know what kind of mechanism it has. I don't have any scientific backing for it, but when you drink it, or a high level turmeric drink, or a high dose turmeric drink, it made me, after I drank the first one, it allowed me to smell more things. I mean, the sense of smell became more refined.
Right. You don't want to do that while you're in India, though. But go on.
Yes. I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah. And so there's the but that's the thing, is that's another multiversal thing, is you want to increase your sensitivity of your senses. I mean, that's why you want to surround yourself with good smells, better looking things. You don't want to surround because everything you sense, whether it's hearing or taste, that's going into your body. I mean,
yes,
just like eating something, you hear something, it goes into your body. So it helps develop conscientiousness of where you're at and stuff. And just to close out on a more lighter note, there's something called moon milk too, which is really funny. If you're having a stressful day or you have some kind of tension and your body needs something to help you sleep, people say drink the warm milk, right? But you can go one step further and create what's called moon milk. And it's the same thing. You take the turmeric. I would forego the ginger on that because it's stimulating. And so instead you use turmeric, ashwagandha, and you could use the other more palatable herbs like the cardamom. But that will help you sleep at night. So people have said that they have good results by making what's called moon milk, and that's another thing you can look up. It's kind of cheesy, but it just means something that you drink at night, like the moon milk, and you go to sleep. And we had Peter Moon tell us last time that the ashwagandha helps restore the telomeres of the body. I mean, and that's a fact. It calms you down, the ashwagandha, and it does restore. It's an adaptogen. It does restore the DNA of the body. And so that was my recipe, and I actually made it through my whole list. I'm surprised. Oh no, I didn't, but that's fine. I can do it later.
Well, if you want to go over it now, go ahead. It's more your risk as to what time you feel you have before the laundromat won't let you in.
That's true. I think I'll forego it for now because it's about the diet and the different humors of the diet and stuff, and it's very.
Yeah, but definitely appreciate it. And so let's take a short breeze through the chat room, because I think the live dashboard is always wonderful.
Right. And I was
go on.
I was interacting with them because they were helpful. They were very helpful. So I appreciate everyone.
Wonderful. That's good. That's good. And I'm glad for that. And so in terms of what they said, Sarah Shields is there saying hi, good people, and it basically our man Marcus Gris was was asking, Grix, excuse me, from Australia, was asking what we were covering tonight. He'll find out soon enough. He says, I can never read your blurb. My 3D graphics modeler said that. He takes a look at my promotional banners. He said, I don't even understand what the fuck this says. But there you have that. And
now, about that, just quickly, not to distract you too much, but I've always appreciated the Dietrich, and is that something that is it partial? I know it's not completely the reason, but is it partially to obtuse it to like the AI and stuff, or like on Facebook, or is that something that because in the military that's how they write? I mean, there's a lot of like notes and various acronyms and stuff. Is that part of it? Or,
yes, that is definitely.
Or do you use it advantageously to actually stop like the AI from like surveilling you and such and such?
Well, what Brendan is referring to is nothing fantastical. People might think that it's self-indulgent to think of AI, but what he's speaking of is the algorithmic engines. The algorithmic engines, it does scramble the
crawlers and all that shit,
engines, and yes, and so that's advantageous, and that was part of the training that I received from Michael Aquino, and this had to do with what he was avoiding being tracked on when it came to all of the child pornography and human trafficking he was involved with. That's so this was part of all of that, and so a lot of people don't understand where this kind of background comes from. A lot of his Department of Defense indoctrination that's been warped, and then you add to that the very poetic aspect of it that simply comes from my mother's linguistic background, where she learned to speak English based on many missionaries that had gone to Asia, and so she spraketh what was called missionary English. In other words, very biblical in its tonality because of the people that she learned English from, the people who trained her to speak it so fluently, but very biblically. And in my father's case, there was the Irish brogue. So when you add all of that together, and it comes out, it's basically something incomprehensible to the majority of people.
And I don't know if this is relevant, but I mean, for me, it's like I prefer that format, actually. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, like if you...
many people have said that. Many people have said they actually feel much more intelligent by forcing themselves to struggle through it. And they say that it makes them feel much more intelligent to kind of get there. And so I appreciate that so much. And
I've never been able to tell you, I guess, as directly. So it's good that I was able to say that. So.
Oh, thank you. I definitely...
It makes one of the richness, or it's like a part of the richness of, Douglas Dietrich. So it's good.
Oh, bless you. Thank you. Yeah, I definitely appreciate that. And I do want to say that when it comes to all of these, shall we say, different things that we're dealing with lately, when I have something that innocuous, be discussed, it's actually like a relief compared to the seriousness and the gravitas of so much of what we're dealing with and covering. And
and that's why I tried to keep like my topics more like mundane and more based on practical stuff, because people are stuck in their heads a lot nowadays, especially with the virus. And it's I think you've said it before, you want to bring them back to the body. I mean, it's more important to be in the body than like, oh, what's going to happen with this, or are we going to get fried, or like, are we going to get zapped?
Yeah, no, it's extremely important. That's what leads to madness, and that's why many people behave so insanely. This is why we have mass shootings. It's a bunch of assholes get stuck in their heads. And thank you. They're lost on the internet. They have that's why they're incels, right? They're not getting any sex. This is the importance of sex, is why it brings you back into your body. And it basically, this is why sex is so important. And this is what had to do with the fertility aspects of Asian Indian cosmology, and why there's a billion people in Asian India. That's right. It was kind of like that aspect to it. But if you can't get sex, try something like motorcycle riding or horse riding, because if you aren't in your body while you're doing that, you're going to die. And
I like that one.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's important.
Yes. And a lot of these people, they can't have sex because they can't get out of their heads. So one of the most important things about sex is you've got to stop thinking.
Right.
That's right.
There's very much a malignant form of it, and you don't want to go there. Yeah, it's like you want it to be. Yeah, like you've said it all there. Yeah.
Thank you. And what is the difference between turmeric and mustard? I can't just take mustard and spread it and or drink it.
Okay. So turmeric is in mustard. When you have like the condiment mustard, the yellow color comes from turmeric.
Okay.
But the mustard seed itself is like this little brown seed. It's not yellow.
Okay. All right. Thank you for clarifying that. So we can't get the same effects from just mustard.
The mustard does have a slight turmeric anti-inflammatory effect, but you want the direct herbal activity from it.
Okay. Definitely appreciate your clarification on that. Thank you so much. And before you go, just a quick, again, it's 6:44 p.m. in Pacific Daylight Time here in California. And Lena says hello. Hey, honey, love you beyond expression. And that's to my manager.
Hi, Lena.
Yes.
I know I've been lacking on my duties, but I'm still planning on it. Let's just say.
Cool.
As far as the website and all that, and what I was helping with.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
I'm sure the Madam Shea appreciates that, and
hope she understands. Yeah.
Oh yes, I'm sure she does. And Dat Dude says hi to both of us. CW Chanter says waka waka, so waka waka back to her, and there we are. Marcus Grix says, DD, instead of reading out the whole webpage to get your video, why don't you create a link to it under or above your donate button? Because I don't know how to do that. So we'll ask our man Brendan here to address that. Later on when you have some time, Brendan, take a look in the chat room towards the top, see what Marcus Grix is saying, and say if you can make any sense of that, or if that's anything that's practicable, if you know what I mean. And I think that's the correct word, by the way, practicable. And Sarah
reading the whole webpage.
Yeah. What was that? Was that you?
I was just rereading his comment. I'm trying to figure it out. Sorry.
No worries. Sarah said, thank you, Brendan. Your talks are always deeply appreciated. I benefited from them immensely. Thank you so much.
Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't see that before, so I really appreciate that, Sarah Shields. Thank you.
Yes, that's right. She's joining your call.
I'm glad.
Already. Yes, our guru.
Right. Oh, yeah. Thank you for reminding me. I'm not part of any Vedic cult. And when I say I have a guru, it is specifically in like the cerebral sense of learning from someone else. It's not like I'm part of a cult or anything at all.
Yes.
I forgot to mention that earlier when I was contextualizing. So
that's so important. That's actually so important.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't go to a darshan. The Shiva Rati I went to was a one-time thing I was invited to, and me and my friend Michael were very much outsiders. I mean, they were like, "Holy shit!" And they saw us bring some oranges in, and then when they saw us like bring the offering, they were like, they all calmed down and stopped staring at us. Right. So yeah.
Wonderful. And Shane Sharoma is in there, and he says hello, everybody. So Semper Fidelis, Shane Sharoma. Wonderful. He's got a much younger picture of himself before all the hair went away and he became Hotai. And then we've got David Gilmer said, Valence Electron? I guess you were covering something about that. And
let me see.
Yeah.
Oh, a valence. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was talking about why a vitamin C is effective. It has an extra valence electron. Thank you.
Right, and as Zushi or SS Zushi, she says, "Thank you. I am a male," because I was asking last time, just to clarify that for everyone.
Oh, I confused it too. I said she. What? I think that's part of.
Okay, there we are. And he was saying, I used to buy Trader Joe's, but they don't sell vitamin C crystals anymore. So he was asking if you could recommend a brand of vitamin C crystal. And so you covered that or not? Or?
Yeah, I got it. Nutribiotic.
Oh, okay, great. And David Gilmer was saying gut bacteria is essential to health too. Yes. And Sarah Shields was talking about the old copper mugs. Yes. Okay, so that's where that comes from. A lot of people have been bringing up copper lately. And
right, I was explaining why it's beneficial and why people should use copper.
Okay, wonderful. And Gabrielle Ruth says, thank you. That was very interesting. A lot of information in there. So you covered what I essentially dismissed, which is important. This is how we balance each other. Because she was asking me about the copper, and I dismissed it in regards to coronavirus specifically. So
I see. Yeah. It has its effect for that stuff, but it's more for like a body balance and overall. It is effective against cancer cells too, which they've recently discovered. So
wonderful. So make certain Derek Talley knows that. And
indeed.
Yeah, but Veronica Beara says, Buenos noches a todos, and I return the sentiment, dear Senora. Mwah. Love you. And Peru, Mexico says, Buenas. And there we have that. And Lena Crane says, hi, Brendan. And she says thank you. She says she's thanking you for your...
Yes. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you,
okay.
Lena.
So basically, we'd best... let you go. Leave at your leisure, of course. If you want to hang around a bit more, it's entirely up to you. And when you do leave, just go ahead and you can just let me... just say goodbye to everyone formally now. And then when you take off, just let me know when you're about to drop the call, and that's fine. So I'll be prepared for that weird sound. And then let us know when you're stable at the laundromat and can come back in. If you're needed. Okay, sounds good.
All right, no problem. All right, good night, everyone. I hope all of it made sense, and I was as concise as possible, and I hope I wasn't too militant about the higher and divine stuff. But it's important that everyone acknowledges higher and divine. I mean, wonderful. All right, thank you, Douglas. Yeah. Many blessings.
Oh, by the way, even Selena Khan said it was interesting, and we know her opinion on.
Okay, good.
Any of this,
I'm glad I could clarify a bit. So yeah.
Yes, and shout out to Selena. Love you dearly, honey. And
all right, I'm gonna go now so I can use the bathroom. So
understood. Blessed be thy night. And
yes, thank you, Douglas. Much love.
Thank you. And in the meantime, I want to catch everyone up on the fact that, yes, of course, this is the International Women's Day. It's celebrated on the 8th of March every year around the world. It is a focal point in the movement for women's rights. And it, as I said on the blurb that our dear friend, our friend in Australia, Mr. Marcus Griggs, cannot read. And not that he cannot read, mind you, but it's difficult for any layman not familiarized with Dietrich to read what I write, which is why I have Peter Moon. And Peter Moon, helps make what I write accessible. And he's wonderfully, how would I say it? Brendan described it perfectly. He's very resilient, and Peter Moon's very resilient. So when he experiences my going full blown bitch on him, he recovers very quickly. He was the man who took the brunt of my upset with our dear friend Crystal River being unable to appear the other night, and she will be appearing in the near future, so she can put some perspective on what happened that prevented her appearance the other night. So in terms of this day of International Women's Day, as is now pretty much recognized via the United Nations as kind of an international, as an actual international holiday. And many people take it as a United Nations holiday, which of course I don't want that to put a negative spin on it with all of the right-wing conspiracy crackpots out there. But definitely this day recognizes the achievements of women the world over, whilst enhancing awareness of the obstacles what still standest in their way. So everyone, when you have a moment's time, do go to UN.org, or the United Nations organizational website, to look up their observances, and Women's Day will be among them. As well, of course, there are other sources that will provide yourself more information, and I don't, in terms of what comes to my mind right now, I would say that there's videos on YouTube. Look up International Women's Day on YouTube, and that'll provide you some much more succinct summarizations that will do more justice to it than I can at the moment. There's just how would I say it? I just get upset when I think about it. Here on this day, today, during International Women's Day, we had a march of demonstrators in Pakistan, and Islamic fundamentalists disrupted the rally. Salman Sheikh, of course, has been to Pakistan recently. He may even still be there, as far as I know, in country. I do not know, but I know he's between Pakistan and the United States quite a bit, and right now he's either here or he's there. But over there, demonstrators belonging belonging to Islamist groups attacked an International Women's Day rally in the Pakistani capital of Islamabad on today, hurling rocks, chunks of mud, even their shoes, which has a symbolic meaning in Islam and the ancient Semitic cultures of derogation. This is why you had a individual who threw his shoes at George Bush Jr. And when you saw George Bush Jr. over in Iraq, then someone rushed into the press conference room, an Iraqi individual, of course, and who threw shoes at George Bush in this symbolic derogation, this symbolic gesture of contempt. And of course, interestingly enough, if you see the video of that, you can find it on YouTube. Man throws shoes at Bush Jr. You'll see how Bush Jr. just dodges it like a champ. I mean, like he's been doing this, dodging shoes being thrown at him for years. Like he's been well practiced at this. This is, of course, because his wife was doing that to him during all of his years of alcoholism. And aside from that, on the more sad and tragic note, you've got these demonstrators that were rivaled in Pakistan by hardline Islamist organizations who were particularly enraged by one slogan the Women's Day rally adopted, which was Mera Yism, Mera Marzi. And the Yism in the Urdu is it's phoneticized or romanized in the alphabet Americans are familiar with in the English as jism, like J-I-S-M. And that's apropos because basically it's my body, my choice. And you may spill your jism into the female vessel, but she has a choice to abort your baby so that she doesn't have a clone of you basically to burden her with, especially if you're an asshole. So that's one of those things that needs to be taken into account. And so these hardline Islamists held a counter rally across the road from this demonstration on Women's Day in the capital of Pakistan, Islamabad. And they were largely angered by that slogan, which they said was un-Islamic and vulgar. They accused the Women's Day marchers of spreading a liberal Western agenda, to which I say, of course, good for them. Now, and this, of course, included the Islamic fundamentalists exploiting women from a hardline religious seminary in the Pakistani capital. And these women in burqas formed these military-style rows in a counter-protest. And the seminary woman accused the women's day marchers of vulgarity for chanting the slogan, "My body, my choice," as if that were a profanity or a blasphemy, as if it were taking God's name in vain. So the riot police set up large cloth barricades to dive the rival rallies, divide them, and if flanked either side of the main road from what I could see. And the police were also there to protect the Women's Day protesters after the hardline men and women threatened physical violence. Now, that's what it comes down to in this day and age. We need to replace passion with reason. And the radical right will not allow that. And the radical right, by definition, includes Islamo-fundamentalists as well as right-wing conspiracy crackheads in the United States. And as the protest was winding down, dozens of men tried to push through the barricade, including a man who held a little girl aloft on his shoulders as a shield from police batons. These are the kind of fucking scumbags we're talking about. If you can imagine a man doing this so that the police would be afraid to mace him or bludgeon him or fire rubber bullets, he held a little girl aloft on his shoulders to take the blow and to be collateral damage were they to do such. This is the kinds of cowards that we're dealing with. That's what women are to them. He takes a little girl and she's basically an item like a bulletproof backpack. This is the kind of crap we've got to deal with when it comes to right-wingers in Islam or Christianity, or in the United States, it's not even a religion. It's more like a irreligious or a religious, non-religious assholishness that dominates the radicalized right in the United States at this point in history. Now, according to a video uploaded to Twitter by a BBC reporter that I was able to review, the police were deploying batons to push these people back, but that guy was able to break through because now the police wanted to batter the girl he was using as a shield. Honestly, a guy like that needs to be castrated. Any children from that man should not exist. A guy like that is spilling his seed into a feminine physical vessel. She has every right to abort his child. That's where it comes to my body, my choice. The aspect of it we need to support. So, at any rate, despite what the police were doing, these assholes were still hurling projectiles that scattered the Women's Day protesters, while the journalists were huddling behind concrete road dividers. I mean, this is just, it's basically a riot. And the hardline groups, their surrogates, and their conservative talking heads took to the airwaves preceding this rally to condemn Pakistani feminists, accusing them of encouraging anti-Islamic vulgarity, by raising a slogan that hinted that a woman had the right to do as she pleased. In other words, they interpret that my body, my choice, not as I can abort the baby of an asshole like the one I just described, but rather they take that as a woman saying, I can fuck anybody I want, sans any sense of morality or inhibition. And they take it as a testament to uninhibited sex. That, in other words, they take it that these women are parading themselves as sluts and whores. So the tensions even boiled over on the live talk show that I reviewed, where a screenwriter swore at a prominent Pakistani liberal after she interrupted him by chanting the slogan, "Nobody would even spit on your body." And he shouted that in a clip widely shared on social media, meaning not that anyone would ever spit on her body while she was alive, but what he's saying is that after he kills her and her body's lying in the street, nobody would even bother to spit on it because she's not worth even that. That's what this individual was saying when she was chanting that slogan. That was his response to it, was to threaten her very life. So reactionary attorneys have petitioned the courts in Pakistan's 3 cities to try to ban these women's marches. One prominent Islamist opposition leader known as Maulana Fazl Rahman, he threatened the protesters on February 29th, warning them not to chant "My body, my choice." Himself warning, "God willing, we will also come out into the streets and we will destroy you." I mean, threatening a massacre. And a senior teacher at Jamiat Hafsa, a hardline women's seminary in the Pakistani capital, told National Public Radio that her students would halt the march by organizing that rival Modesty March, where all the ladies in burqas showed up and lined up in rows like they were a paramilitary force. It's kind of like the worst version of a catwalk that I've ever seen in terms of modeling. There was no variety to the costumes. But aside from all of that, it was a situation in which these women demonstrated their courage by showing up despite all of these threats of violence. And the violence that did manifest, it wasn't just a threat, it was carried out, meaning it was conspiracy. And this conspired violence underscored how these hardline Islamist groups play upon reactionary outrage over the slogan of "My body, my choice" to assert their presence in the Pakistani capital and demonstrate their muscle. So the opposition leader, the opposition to progress leader, the reactionary, Maulana Fazl Rahman, has struggled to find a toehold in Pakistan's freewheeling politics since his party was forced into opposition. And the hardline party that he cult leads, that he's the leader of in terms of this political cult, be Jamiat Hafsa, and it was violently shut down circa 2007, the year my late and sainted Siress, Diana Dietrich, whose very image graces our thumbnail on screen. The year that she was murdered was when this group was shut down by the Pakistani government after a standoff where they killed 100 people. More than 100 people. Think about what I'm saying. This is a terrorist organization. They're responsible in the year my mother was murdered for the deaths of over 100 people. And the woman who decided to enroll in their shitty seminary did so only yestermenses, this last February, but last month. And they dared security forces to remove them again after the standoff in which over 100 people died in the year my mother was murdered. For them to just return like that, that's like the reestablishment of a terrorist group in the United States. How would people feel if, I'm trying to think of some terrorist group in the United States, the Symbionese Liberation Army or something of that nature, were to reestablish itself and openly taunt the FBI? It would be madness. And yet we have that. We have that with the right-wing white supremacist militias here in the United States who marched through Washington, D.C. under President Trump, with police escort, no less, to protect them in their planning genocide against anyone who's felt that they were violating the sanctity of the Capitol itself. So, at any rate, we are in a... This will give you some idea of not just what's going on with International Women's Day in terms of the world response to it, the kind of reactionary response that you get anywhere in the world, but it also demonstrates that Pakistan is getting more and more divided over time. The Muslim religion does not teach any of the things that these reactionaries claim to be standing up against. Islam actually does advocate for women's rights. So it's like the idea of, say for instance, the idiot who was from Gainsborough, the Gainsborough Baptist minister, who was going around shouting, "God hates fags." The Islamic fundamentalist interpretation of sexual suppression, or repression of the female, is their version of the Gainsborough Baptist minister who was going around shouting, "God hates fags," with his incestuous extended family. And the one thing that stood out as the protesters regrouped and walked away from the dozens of men attempting to physically assault them was the statement issued by one organizer, Anam Rathor, who stated that the violence underscored why they were demonstrating in the first. She's so saying, "This proves our point, and this movement is growing. And now we will have more people. The reason why they be throwing stones is because they be afraid of us, and that's what makes us happy." So good on her, and that's all I'll cover about International Women's Day today amidst this ever-escalating coronavirus crisis and how it affects our economy, which will be the majority of what I'll be addressing tonight. And that'll bring us, of course, to Trump's trying to use this to rationalize the building of his stupid wall, which of course I'll deconstruct metaphorically, and while nature is already deconstructing it physically, which I'll explain. Now, the United States Senator Ted Cruz has quarantined himself. He's begun a 14-day quarantine. The Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz said he'll quarantine himself for 14 days after learning he briefly interacted with someone at the Reactionary Political Action Conference who has tested positive for COVID-19. Said he had a brief conversation and a handshake at that meeting held in Maryland in late February. So he issued statements saying, "I'm not experiencing any symptoms and I feel fine and healthy. Given that the interaction was 10 days gone, that the average incubation period is 5 to 6 days, that the interaction was for less than a minute, and that I have no current symptoms, the medical authorities have advised me that the odds of transmission from the other individual to myself were extremely low. Still, it's one of those things where he was probably as angry as I was the other day when the lovely Selena Khan had sent something to me that I had to go someplace else to pick up. It was a safari. And while I was en route, I ran into this guy who used to work at my local Walgreens, and oh my God, this guy I hadn't seen in a while, and he's like, "Oh, Douglas, how you been, man? I've been wondering about you." And I'm like, "Oh yeah," and you go through this reflexive, obligatory handshake, and then of course they all do this. I've had this happen before. I ran into somebody who used to work on a security contract with me, Jack Bonner. Oh, that son of a bitch. Functional retard, and this idiot used to go dumpster diving. When he was off duty, mind you, but he was a dumpster diver of all things, and this psychotic individual, Jack Bonner. This is years ago. He was like, he met me on the street, was shaking my hand, and then of course he displays to me, his leg, which is just. It looked like it was gangrenous. It was busted open and infected with something. It looked like it needed to be sawed off or amputated. And he says, "Oh yeah, I got this infection. I don't know how to take care of it. Look at that rash around it. Oh, complete with rash." And I was like, "Oh, you son of a bitch." It went running towards trying to find something to dip my hand into as a liquid. I wouldn't have cared if it was a janitor's wash bucket on wheels that had, filth water in it from mopping up the floor. I would have considered putting my hand inside of that and plunging it in there just for the sake of getting the detergent effect. Well, in this case, the idiot who was shaking my hand said, "Oh yeah, I've been feeling sick lately. I had this fever. See how my nose is running?" And he's wiping all the snot off his nose and shit right after shaking my. I'm like, "Oh, you son of a fucking bitch!" It's just some form of an ambush. This is why we know zombies will bite us. We know this because of assholes like that, and they're all men. And whether it's Jack Bonner or the idiot I met the other day whose name I don't remember. This guy is just like, what prompts an individual to do this? I mean, "Oh yeah, I got the fever, but I better go out and shake Doug's hand." Well, anyone's hand. I don't personalize it, mind you, but it does impact me personally when I'm their target, just like the zombie bite, right? It's nothing personal. The zombie just comes towards you and just wants a chunk of your ass, right? Or brains. It's, anyhow, fuck everybody. But, moving on from that. So I can't lock myself in a 14-day quarantine. Of course, people would complain, basically say I do that with my lifestyle anyway to extent. But the key developments recently that come to my mind, the global cases of COVID-19, which is actually the correct term for this particular coronavirus. There are several coronaviruses. I'll explain that momentarily. COVID-19 is the most dangerous form that's impacting us all right now. And the global cases thereof have surpassed 108,000 worldwide, last moment that I checked, while Brendan was covering my ass. And that's according to the latest figures from the World Health Organization itself, which did an execrable job, a miserable job of dealing with this. And the global deaths so far have exceeded 3,800, according to the latest figures from the World Health Organization. Here in San Francisco, in my own Golden Gate, Greater Bay Area Metroplex region, San Francisco health officials of our city and county have announced the first 12 cases of COVID-19 in our fair city. And it did state officially that they were unable to determine the source of these infections. Now, we've got a cruise ship right outside San Francisco Bay, or maybe even sitting in the bay at this point. That's our version of the Diamond Princess that was sitting outside Tokyo Bay in Japan, or wherever it was on the Japanese home islands. We've got our own version of that sitting outside of my fair city now, loaded with a bunch of people who are going to incubate their virus so that Trump can spread it all over the United States next time he lifts them out of that ship and brings them in without quarantine, well, we're quarantining them there now, but they need to be quarantined thereafter once they're on land. That was the idea with what was going on in Japan. That's what Trump will probably prevent again with this ship, like he did last time, where he personally ordered the State Department to ignore all recommendations for land quarantine once they were off ship, as insisted upon by the CDC, the Center for Disease Control. Ours, not that of the Japanese Empire's, our own. And he ignored his own U.S. or United States CDC recommendations, at which point they basically bowed out and said that we absolve ourselves of all responsibility from Trump's actions via his State Department. So in terms of viral economic update, the financial markets have been rattled by the fact that the deaths in the Communist Chinese Empire have at this point topped 3,100. There's been over 3,100 people officially recognized, admitted, officially acknowledged as dead, which means that there's got to be orders of magnitude more than that because of the communist censorship. The coronavirus has spread to about half the world's countries, with infections in Italy eclipsing those in South Korea at this point. The Asian equities plunged, with the United States stock index futures and 10-year Treasury yields tumbling as investors kicked off the week with an extreme bout of risk aversion, which be the market term. I'm going to go a bit into that tonight and provide yourself a little bit of market economics education. The global fatalities from the coronavirus exceeded 3,800 when China reported 22 new deaths, while the total cases in China itself, or maybe globally, have exceeded 108,000 globally. Yeah, and the European stocks have tumbled amid the coronavirus volatility. The European stocks fell sharply Friday into this weekend, as the coronavirus outbreak kept impacting businesses worldwide. The pan-European stocks, the STOXX 600, tumbled 1.5% at the start of trading. Travel and leisure stocks shed about 3.2%. It all led to losses as all sectors and major bourses slid into the red. The global stocks have been hit by ongoing concerns over the coronavirus outbreak. And in Asia, equities traded mostly lower, with the main Japanese market down by more than 3%. Stateside, 78% of Standard & Poor's constituents closed in correction territory on Thursdays. I'm going to explain what that means. When these stocks close in correction territory. I'm not going to explain it right now, but in course of narrative, in arc of narrative tonight, within the arc of narrative is the more proper English for that. The Japanese imperial markets have dropped by more than 3%. The Japanese markets led losses across Asia as the investors continued to fall back amid the viral fears. The Nikkei 225 and the TOPIX index both fell around 3%. The Australian and South Korean stocks also plummeted more than 2%. The share of airlines in region declined the day before yesterday as the outbreak hit air travel, and Australia's Qantas Airways dropped 7.1%, while Japan's ANNA holdings fell 3.76%. Over in South Korea, Korean Airlines stocks plummeted 5.58%, and Hong Kong listed shares of China Eastern Airlines also slipped 4.08%. Now, I never cover Korea too in depth too often. I will tonight, for reasons that will become very obvious. Now, Vishnu Veerapan, the head of economics and strategy at Mizuho Bank in the Japanese Empire, said that one succumbs to the sheer fear of community spread, prospects of deep economic impact from sharp drop-off in demand for travel, and seizures in supply chains, as in clinical seizures that are seizing up our supply chains worldwide. getting a message from our dear Brendan Zoget. He says, it's worth noting that I kept your viewer count steady at around 40. Yeah, just a bit of ego boost for yourself. Yes, that's right. I noticed that. Oh, I should have credited him with that on air. I'm very proud of him. He did keep the numbers steady, which is new. You know, in the past, the moment I took off and left anyone alone with the mic other than myself, the numbers would drop precipitously. Sometimes they would bottom out to 0 until I returned. Then they'd, come back. They'd rally pretty quickly. It's a form of stock in and of itself. And Brendan did very well. I'm proud of you, Brendan. You did well. And beyond proud, I'm impressed. So he is learning to tell a story. And that's basically what we're all here for. That's the one aspect of my presentation of current events and history that a lot of people are never able to emulate, is the fact that I can present it within a narrative, within a storytelling mode to extent that renders it accessible, despite the fact that nobody can read what I write. And so in terms of all of this, I'm going to answer your most common questions. I had a wonderful question that was asked by Gabriel Ruth just the other day that I provided an answer to in thread of commentary on our latest video, our latest episode prior to tonight's. And so when you find time, go back to the commentary that's in thread of the last video that was produced, and you'll see my response to the wonderful Gabrielle Ruth. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to go over there. It was March 4th, 2020, the Critical Omissions episode. And so she did respond. She said, Douglas Dietrich, thank you so much. I'm going through it all the way. I want to protect me and my family, of course, so it's greatly appreciated that you responded. Wonderful human being. Thank you so much, dear Gabrielle. And so I provided her a fairly in-depth response, if I say so myself, that I welcome everyone to review. So do that when you have a moment's time. It will help you survive the ongoing outbreak. And I may turn back to it in time. And our man Mario says, well, that's Brendan Zoget and Mario. There's a story behind that he's explained before, and it has to do with, all that Vedic shit. He said, thank you, I could not evolve in my abilities without yourself. And yes, he does bring up the evil, as in evolving, EVOL. Yes, you can use that as an anagram for love. There we are, anagram. That's you spell the same letters differently. You rearrange them, they make a different word, and it's kind of like the word I was going to say something that I thought was funny, but it'll just take us into the gutter. I'll avoid that. different ways you can respell shit or something like that. So in terms of Gabrielle Ruth, she asked a question about copper and oxygen and the various other aspects of the coronavirus. Now, we've addressed the copper, and when it comes to oxygen, so I'm not going to say who said this, but a dear friend of mine, he basically was presenting to me a kind of alternative therapeutic perspective in which he was saying, well, all these diseases are anaerobic, that if they could survive in oxygen, they must be engineered. Okay, this is not the case at all, and it betrays a real ignorance of biology. The overwhelming majority of bacterial and viral diseases need oxygen. They need oxygen just as much as you and I need oxygen. Without oxygen, they're going to die. They're just going to suffocate. The term anaerobic means that which can survive without oxygen. Anaerobic means, well, aerobics. Think of your aerobics, right? That's the exercises that force you to breathe. So when you want to aerobicize, as opposed to, say, build up bulk or muscle, which is like weightlifting, then you got to run. And this is what makes weightlifting controversial, is that weightlifters are not aerobic. They may be buff and built, but they're not, capable of much running most of the time, because most of them don't train for that. So if you want to be truly healthy, you balance out, you aerobicize. Okay, so apply that term to anaerobic, and that means something that doesn't need oxygen, doesn't need to breathe. This is why certain films portray zombies underwater. Obviously, if an entity is undead, unlike a living entity, it needs no oxygen, right? That's anaerobic. So anaerobic bacteria, and I don't know if there's any such thing as an anaerobic virus. People can inform me about that. I'll find out later if you don't. But in terms of anaerobic bacteria, they only exist in extreme conditions, where you have a toxified ocean area where you've had a massive die-off. Where you've had massive die-off in a polluted sea. Then that sea zone has all these dead fish, all of this rotten biomass. What happens is that as it rots, it takes all the oxygen, sucks all the oxygen out of the regional sea zone. That creates a dead zone in the water. And that dead zone is where anaerobic life forms begin to thrive. Undead bacteria, bacteria that does exist without oxygen. And so when you have this kind of bacteria exposed to oxygen, it dies. It actually dies the same way that you and I would suffocate without oxygen. So in terms of anaerobic bacteria, it is not the norm at all. And this coronaviral mutation known as COVID-19 is not anaerobic. So it thrives off oxygen even more so than most. And therefore, it can survive on surfaces such as doorknobs and toilet seats. That's what makes this so apocalyptic in its repercussions. And so what are coronaviruses in general, aside from all of them being as aerobic as you or I? They're this group of viruses that can cause a range of symptoms, including a runny nose, cough, sore throat, and fever. Some are mild, such as the common cold, while others are more likely to lead to pneumonia. They're usually spread through direct contact with an infected person. Now, speaking of which, yes, as soon as I met that son of a bitch who shook my hand, he, went on his merry way after trying to cop another handshake, at which point I almost, pushed him away. And fortunately for me, I was near a hospital, of all things. I was near an area of the hospital where my gang brother Beaver was born. And so I went inside that hospital and washed my hands. So I was very fortunate that was nearby. So I washed my hands immediately and washed myself of that idiot's filth. You washed myself of whatever coronavirus he was carrying. And in the interim, the coronavirus itself gets its name from the crown-like spikes on its surface. And corona in Latin translates to crown in English. The genus coronavirus is composed of at least 3 groups that cause mild to severe enteric, respiratory, or systemic disease. And the respiratory disease would imply that it's your lungs, because you respirate, you breathe. And enteric would mean relating to or occurring in the intestines. And so that would impact your enteric coating. It would be there that the bacteria would dwell. And enteric coating is a polymer barrier applied in your intestines. But it also, I think, probably more properly, now that I think back on my medical education, my medical journalist courses that I audited, at the UCSF through the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute, which I was allowed to attend because I was a care provider and senior advocate. Otherwise, theoretically, you cannot attend those courses if you're under half 100 years of age, which I most certainly was when I was providing care for my parents and advocating for them. An enteric coating would be more like a polymer barrier applied on oral medication that prevents its dissolution or disintegration in the gastric environment of your intestines, where the intestinal acid would otherwise disintegrate everything. And that helps by either protecting drugs from the acidity of your stomach or the stomach itself from the detrimental effects of the drug, or it's there to release the drug after it passes through the stomach in a specific area of the body, a more specified area. It helps target where it will dissolve and the medicine will be absorbed by your system. So you have these enteric effects from the coronaviruses, the respiratory effects, and then, of course, there are systemic coronaviruses, and that means it pretty much takes out your entire goddamn body, systemically, the entire system. Now, other well-known coronaviruses that come to mind are SARS and MERS. SARS, of course, being the, what did it stand for again? Severe acute respiratory syndrome, and MERS was the Middle East respiratory syndrome. Now, so what is the COVID-19 coronavirus? It's a novel virus, meaning it's new, and it's a new mutation. It's new on the block. It's the new kid in town, and it's named for the crown-like spikes that protrude from its surface. The coronavirus can infect both animals and people and cause a range of respiratory illnesses from the common cold to lung lesions and pneumonia. And there be a tipping point before coronavirus kills. The three main takeaways you want to bear in mind are that the virus gets dangerous when it reaches the lungs. COVID-19's trek to the lower respiratory tract marks its severe phase, and progression from mild or moderate to severe can occur very quickly. The new coronavirus causes little more than a cough if it stays in the nose and throat, which it does for the majority of people unlucky enough to get infected. The danger starts when it reaches the lungs, which, of course, because of my multiple lung collapses, hopefully never happens to myself. That doesn't mean I wouldn't necessarily survive it, or it may prove far more dangerous to myself and potentially fatal. Best, of course, that I would simply avoid it in the first. 1 in 7 patients develops difficulty breathing and other severe complications when they contract this disease, while 6% become critical. Now, that's a lot. 6% of people becoming critical, that's astronomical. And these patients typically suffer failure of the respiratory and other vital systems. And that means they go on intubation or life support. They can't breathe on their own. And who the hell wants that? And these patients who suffer that sometimes develop septic shock. And that means that's what my mother almost died from, negative gram sepsis. If you've ever experienced sepsis, you would know it. And the chances are high you would not have survived it. And I'm basing what I'm relating to you off of a report by last month's joint World Health Organization China mission, which I read in the Chinese. And what I read is so alarming, I don't believe it's been translated into English to prevent panic. So, excuse me here. I'm slurping tea. Sorry that you hear me quaff like that. Now, as for the progression from mild or moderate to severe, it can occur, according to Bruce Aylward, a World Health Organizational Assistant Director General who co-led this mission in China that reviewed data from 56,000 cases resulting in the report I'm reading in the original Chinese. This progression from mild to moderate to severe can occur, as he phrases it in the Chinese, very, very quickly. In English, we would say immediately. Now, understanding the course of the disease and identifying individuals at greatest risk be critical for optimizing care for a global contagion that's killed more than 3,800 people since emerging in central China in the last month of last year. About 10 to 15% of mild to moderate patients progress to severe, which is just, it's unheard of. And of those, 15 to 20% progress to critical, where you're on a life support bed and you cannot live without intubation, the tube in your mouth. You've got oxygen being fed into your nose because you're unable to independently breathe. At which point many people would wish they were dead if they were cognizant of what they were experiencing. Now, the patients at highest risk include people aged 60 years of age and older, and those with pre-existing conditions such as hypertension, diabetes, and cardiovascular disease, meaning heart, and vascular would mean your veins, venous, if you've got a lot of clogged arteries. So Jeffrey K. Taubenberger, who studied the infection in Spanish flu victims from the days of World War I, the American Army flu, the influenza that changed the course of human evolution. Sans exaggeration. In the year my late and sainted sire, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, the man who raised and guided myself, was born, when Jeffrey K. Taubenberger studied the bodies of American Army influenza victims from that so-called, that misnamed Spanish flu of World War I, including a body that was exhumed over 20 years ago from permafrost in northwestern Alaska. When he dealt with the forensics of these cases, he concluded that the clinical picture suggests a pattern of disease that's not dissimilar to what we might see in influenza when it comes to COVID-19, which, well, COVID-19 most likely spreads via contact, with virus-laden droplets expelled from an infected person's cough, sneeze, or breath, like the jack-off who was wiping his nose before trying to cop a handshake from the Douglas. Now, infection generally starts in the nose. Once inside the body, the coronavirus invades the epithelial cells that line and protect the respiratory tract. And I got that from Jeffrey K. Taubenberger himself, who heads the viral pathogenesis, he pronounces it far better than I do, with English being his first language. He heads the viral pathogenesis and evolution section of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases in Bethesda, Maryland. He's affiliated secretly. He would never agree with this, but yeah, let me tell you, I'm speculating here, and I would say it was a safe guess that he's affiliated with Fort Dietrich, the bioweapons lab that produces biological weapons in Bethesda, Maryland. I mean, they all are. Anybody who specializes in this shit and is in area, they're working with defense contracts. That's why they're there. Now, in terms of COVID-19, if it's contained in the upper airway, it usually results in a less severe disease. But if the virus treks down the windpipe to the peripheral branches of the respiratory tree and lung tissue, it can trigger a more severe phase of the disease. That's due to the pneumonia-causing damage inflicted directly by the virus, plus secondary damage caused by the body's immunoresponse to the infection. So when it came to the American Army influenza, which the U.S. troops incubated and then vectored into Europe to end World War I, being exploited as the vector of a biocidal weapon of mass destruction, that the Surgeon General, Gorgo, helped conspire along with the Rockefeller Institute and Woodrow Wilson, the president at the time, in order to initiate and instill his New World Order, which has nothing to do with a one world order on a globalist perspective. It meant the overwhelming of the rest of the world by the new world hemisphere of North and South America, as opposed to the old world of Eurasia, Africa, Australasia. And the imposition of the Americas over the rest of the globe was the new world order. And so when it comes to the Spanish flu, as they called it, as they propagandized it, to take the trail off, leading back to the cantonments in the United States, where all this shit was incubated intentionally. At Fort Leavenworth in Kansas. What you had was a scenario, the situation, in which the young bodies had such healthy immunosystems that they would kick into overdrive, and then the body would destroy itself. You would disintegrate your own lungs as your immunosystem over-responded to the invasive virus, and your disintegrating liquefied lungs would be coughed up every time you coughed, and you would spit your own lungs out in this pink bubbly froth while you died. That was the Spanish flu. And in the case of this, it's not an influenza, COVID-19, this coronaviral infection that triggers influenza-like symptoms, your body is immediately trying to repair the damage in the lung as soon as it's happening. And various white blood cells that consume pathogens and help heal damaged tissue act as first responders. And normally, if this goes well, you can clear up your infection in just a few days. But in some of the more severe coronaviral infections, the body's effort to heal itself becomes too robust. And it overreacts, leading to the destruction of not just the virus-infected cells, but healthy tissue. And damage to the epithelium lining of the trachea of your throat. The tracheal area, which is where you perform a tracheotomy. And your bronchi, into the lung area. All these impacted sites can result in the loss of protective mucus-producing cells, as well as the tiny hairs or cilia that sweep dirt and respiratory secretions out of the lungs. You have no ability at that point to keep stuff out of the lower respiratory tract. And as a result, the lungs become vulnerable to an invasive secondary bacterial infection. Potential culprits include the germs normally harbored in the nose and throat, and the antibiotic-resistant bacteria that thrive in hospitals, especially in the moist environments of mechanical ventilators, from which all your air comes from when you're in a hospital, almost like you were in a giant airplane, sucking up recycled oxygen that's been through everybody else's lungs any number of times. And this, of course, results in Staphylococcus or staph infections, STAPH being short for Staphylococcus. Now, it's not exactly a staph infection, but these secondary bacterial infections represent an especially pernicious threat because they can kill critical respiratory tract stem cells that enable tissue to rejuvenate. Without them, you just can't physically repair your lungs. Damaged lungs can starve vital organs of oxygen, impairing the kidneys, liver, heart, and brain. And when you get a bad, overwhelming infection, everything starts to fall apart in a cascade. When I consulted David Morins, the senior scientific advisor to the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, he basically described it as that's when you start passing the tipping point where everything is going downhill. And at some point, you can't get it back. That tipping point probably also occurs earlier in older people, as it does in experiments with older mice. Now, that was confirmed by Stanley Perlman, a professor of microbiology and immunology at the University of Iowa in Iowa City, who has studied coronaviruses for 38 fucking years. And as I said, there's been 3 other kinds of coronaviruses that we know of, that we've known of for almost 4 decades by now. This is new. It's a mutation. And with this mutation, even healthy younger adults have succumbed to the illness. Li Wenliang, the 34-year-old ophthalmologist who was one of the first to warn about the coronavirus in Wuhan, died but yesterday, just last month, after receiving antibodies, antivirals, antibiotics, oxygen, and having his blood pumped through an artificial lung. Who the hell wants that? Some people may be more genetically susceptible, possibly because they have a greater abundance of the distinctly shaped protein receptors in their respiratory epithelial cells that the virus targets. It's also possible certain individuals have some minor immunodeficiency or other host factors that relate to underlying illnesses. So that shows us how fucked you can get. And you might ask, okay, I don't want to get this. How contagious is this virus? It seems to spread very easily from person to person, especially in homes, hospitals, and other confined spaces. The pathogen can travel through the air, enveloped in tiny respiratory droplets that be produced when a sick person simply breathes, or even talks, let alone coughs or sneezes. At which point, he's like a bioweapon, an ambulatory bioweapon in and of himself, a hand cannon walking down the street, infecting everyone within range of his sneeze, which stretches a lot further than you might think in terms of range of how far your sneeze can go. I mean, you may as well be squirting a water pistol at people. So, now that we know it spreads so handily, where has the virus spread? Well, the virus originated, as we know, in Wuhan, China, and it sickened well over, 90,000? I know it's orders of magnitude above that, but, I'm just rounding it off at the moment. At least these people are spread, are distributed, the infectees, throughout at least 67 countries. And well over 3,000 have died by tonight. 3,800, as I've said. The spread has slowed in communist China, but is picking up speed in Europe and these United States. And we don't know if it's slowed in China at all. It's just what the Chinese tell us. And we can't believe them or trust them on the mainland under communism. The totalitarian system simply criminally covers its tracks. So you might ask, what symptoms should I look out for? Those symptoms, which can take between 2 days or 48 hours to a fortnight, between 2 to 14 days, between the 48-hour period of a weekend through to the 12-week period of a fortnight before they even appear. And these include fever, cough, and difficulty breathing or shortness of breath. Milder cases may resemble the flu or a bad cold, but people may be able to pass on the virus even before they develop these symptoms. So, you might ask how you would keep yourself and others safe in this situational environment. Well, maintain a 30-day supply of essential medicines. Anything you need, make certain you've got a month's worth. And get your goddamn flu shot. I can't emphasize that enough. Have essential household items on hand. Have a support system in place for elderly family members. And if you're traveling, the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control in these United States, has advised against all non-essential travel to South Korea, Red China, Italia, and Iran. And the agency has warned older and at-risk travelers to avoid the Japanese Empire. How long, you might ask, will it take to develop a treatment or even a vaccine? Well, several drugs are being tested, and some initial findings are expected soon. A vaccine to stop the spread is still at least a year away. And it will be useless unless coronavirus is here to stay, which it very likely is. And if it becomes seasonal, then yes, we can vaccinate against it. We can immunize against it if it is here to stay. Now, in interim, what is the best way to protect yourself and your family, both humans and pets, from the COVID-19 coronavirus, as asked by a number of people who have contacted myself? The practical measures to protect yourself and your family from this or any other contagious respiratory illness include washing your hands with soap and water as often as necessary. If soap and water are not available, use an alcohol-based hand sanitizer with at least 60% alcohol. And there is a World Health Organization video on YouTube that presents a recommended hand washing technique. Look it up. As a matter of fact, I might provide a link to it. I should do that now that I'm bringing it up. So let me go over to YouTube and see if I can find this baby. And then dump a link in my manageress's page and or her messages and see if she can. Here we are. There we are. Hand washing using the WHO technique. Let me get the share on that. This looks like they're making it a little more elaborate than I think is necessary, but hey, what the fuck. So I'm going to the private messages now, and I'm going to put this in the message boxes of people that I care about. Skip Justin White there. And there we are. All right. Two ladies and Brendan. That's three enough. They can spread it from there for now, and I'll deal with it later. Aside from that, avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth with unwashed hands. Always wash your hands before you go rubbing the rest of your face, which is how these viruses get into your body. From your hands, through your eyes, your nostrils, and your mouth. That's how it always happens. Wash your hands, and then after that, you can masturbate your face like it was a giant cock or clit or something to your heart's content. But wash your hands first, and until then, don't fucking touch it any more than you would your penis head or your clitoris, unless you were intending to stimulate it. Pretend that your head was a giant cock or clit, and you don't want to stimulate it and get it all inflamed in public, unless you wash your hands. Then you can do it. That's how you remind yourself not to forget. And avoid close contact with people who are sick. Stay at home when you are sick or have a fever, instead of going out seeking Douglas Dietrich and trying to shake his fucking hand. Cover your cough or sneeze with a tissue, and then throw the tissue in the trash. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects or surfaces, and maintain more personal space between you and other people than you might usually do. And I can't overemphasize this enough. Vaccinate your fucking pets as recommended by your veterinarian. I mean, it's worth the money. And, thank you, Selena. She acknowledged my providing her that, lovely lady. And, going back on topic, if you become ill with the COVID-19 coronavirus, please wear a well-fitted mask to help prevent the spread of the virus and limit contacts with other humans and your pets as recommended by your physician. Because you can spread it to others through your pet. So let's talk about COVID-19, coronavirus, and pets. Are there coronaviruses in animals? Coronaviruses are common in several species of domestic and wild animals, including cattle, horses, dogs, cats, ferrets, camels, bats, and others. Well, just basically anything you can fucking think of on the zoological spectrum, okay? And of course, I can't believe people have asked me this, but then again, people are just not tuning in or listening, and they're just subjected to so much noise, they can't make sense of what they're hearing. So I get questions about, did this coronavirus spread from animals to humans? Well, although it's not common, coronaviruses can be transmitted from animals to humans. Bats be the most infamous reservoir hosts for viruses, because what's a bat but a flying rat? And they're host to these viruses, which be zoonotic, which means they can cross species barriers to infect humans and other domestic and wild mammals. This is why we fear bats so very much, why we've turned them into vampires in the Western spectrum of consciousness. In the last 2 major coronaviruses that were transmitted to humans, transmission occurred through intermediate hosts. In the case of SARS, the severe acute respiratory syndrome, it was the masked palm civet. The civet, which, believe it or not, I've never bothered to follow up on this, but I remember the civets cats that were shitting out coffee beans, and if it went through their system, then this coffee was considered the best in the world. People were paying hundreds of dollars for a cup of this coffee. I thought they were mammals, and then I've heard other people say, no, it's a bird. I don't know whether the civet is an avian or mammalian species of animal. I don't know whether it's a goddamn marsupial or a bird. So if someone doesn't tell me, I'll find out later. I don't even really care. But it's from the civet that J. Maurice said was actually on the border of extinction. And when the Chinese were eating this shit, then it wound up infecting the Chinese with SARS. There's something karmic in all of this. And then with MERS, the Middle Eastern respiratory syndrome, it was sourcing from dromedary camels. Of course, Brendan Zoget is Syrian, and he heard all the jokes. It came from all, quote unquote, the Rabs fucking camels, all the camel jockeys, right? May be the case. I do not know whether this was due to unspeakable acts between camel and man, but MERS did arise from intimate contact between man and camel in Southwest Asia. And Brendan Zoget brings to our attention that the Kopi Luwak is a coffee that consists of partially digested coffee cherries, which have been eaten and defecated by the Asian palm civet, referred to scientifically as Paradoxurus hermaphroditus, meaning it has both male and female sexual organs, so it can fuck itself. I don't know if that's how it reproduces, but that would be really handy for a species bordering on extinction. It may have evolved that because, there's no one else around to fuck. Whatever. It's therefore also called civet coffee. The cherries are fermented as they pass through the civet's intestines, and after being defecated with other fecal matter, these droppings be collected, and Asian palm civets are increasingly caught in the wild and traded for this purpose. So you can feed them shit and eat their shit. All right, it is a fucking mammal, or it looks like such. They call it a civet cat, but it looks like a tanuki to me, a Japanese fox badger. No, it doesn't look like a tanuki. It looks more like a fox, a kitsune, a Japanese fox, really. It's kind of what, in illustrative terms, we would call this sexy. I don't know if it's sexy enough where I would want to eat its shit, but yeah, okay, it's not a bird. So there you go with that. Thank you, Brandon. And the 2019 novel coronavirus, so named because it was discovered in 2019, other than the ones we've known about for decades, which was scientifically referenced initially as 2019-NCOV, or novel coronavirus. That's what that's acronymous for. Is now known officially as COVID-19, or coronavirus disease. It's thought to have originated in bats and transmitted to humans through an intermediate animal host. And while the investigations are still supposedly ongoing, this was already definitively concluded when they found a 99% DNA match to the pangolin, the shellless armadillo that's bordering on extinction, that was being eaten in the wet markets when all of the pigs suffered massive die-off, and the major source of protein in communist China was no longer available, other than at exorbitant costs that no one could afford, other than the very rich. It's just tragic, but at this time it's not karmic. It's the Chinese were forced into sourcing other proteins because the Russian bioweapon of bioweaponized African swine fever, ASF, had wiped out their major source of food. So this is tragedy upon travesty. Tragedy upon travesty, because the travesty was the Russian biocidal assault. Yes, the Russians did launch a biological weapons attack to destroy the food source of communist China, to prevent the communist Chinese from overwhelming Russia's population with their overwhelming numbers as they migrated into Cyberasia. And as a result, under Putin's regime, he felt that he could maintain a balance in alliance with communist China in their Sino-Slavic synaxis by destroying the majority of their population, and thereby putting Russia on co-equal terms, if not superior in some cases, to that of their communist Chinese partner. Hopefully this will backfire, and the Chinese will invade Russia in reprisal, if not under the communists, then under a regime as vindictive as the Third Reich was about the Versailles Diktat. Now, you might ask, in light of everything I've expressed, is my pet at risk from COVID-19 coronavirus, or will my pet infect myself or my loved ones? The CDC says that at present there be no evidence to suggest that dogs or cats will become a source of infection of COVID-19 in other animals or humans. But in late February, Hong Kong authorities quarantined a dog after samples from the dog's nasal cavity and mouth tested weak positive for the coronavirus. The dog's owner had tested positive for COVID-19. Currently, the dog has tested positive multiple times, but is not showing signs of illness. Authorities believe it is a case of human-to-animal transmission because this individual was consistently kissing their dog. It was like a comfort animal, and they were consistently kissing it, and they transmitted the virus to their dog. They shared the love, but the dog hasn't caught on. It hasn't become symptomatic. Therefore, it is a carrier. It's a carrier, but it's not sick itself, so far as can be seen. The Hong Kong authorities asserted that while this was not cause for alarm, they did stress that no one should kiss their animals for now. Bear that in mind. It's important to remember that viruses can sometimes infect a species but not cause illness in that species, nor become transmissible to others. It just kind of stays there in its own dead end thriving off that biomass. That's the perfect parasitic existence. If you don't make your host ill, then you can spread out all over the place and exist perennially, practically forever. A form of species immortality for the virus. Again, it's not believed that pets such as cats or dogs can pass COVID-19 to humans. And as far as realistic risk factors, if for instance your dog is usually at home and doesn't contact other dogs or people and no one in your household has COVID-19, the odds that your pet would ever become infected be highly unlikely. It's nothing to obsess on. If you have COVID-19, then you should restrict your contact with pets and other animals, just like you would, hopefully, with other people, instead of going out and glad-handing everyone, all right? And when possible, have another member of your household care for your animals while you are sick. Avoid direct contact with pets, including petting, snuggling, being kissed or licked, and sharing food. If you must care for your pet or be around animals while you are sick, wash your hands before and after you interact with pets and wear a face mask as directed by your physician. And as a matter of everyday health, it's always a good idea to wash your hands with soap and water after contact with pets to help avoid transmission of more common illness-causing agents such as E. coli, the infection, of course, that just devastates your intestinal colons. I remember E. coli, of course, as being big when it spreads through all those lettuce leaves. Of course, it in itself is basically an acronym. Escherichia coli or Escherichia coli. It's a gram-negative, facultative, anaerobic, rod-shaped, coliform bacterium of the genus Escherichia that be commonly found in the lower intestine of warm-blooded organisms. It don't need no oxygen. It's one of those normally benign undead species of bacteria that live in the intestines of healthy people and animals. But when it mutates into E. coli or Escherichia coli, it can cause severe abdominal cramps, bloody diarrhea, and vomiting. And who the hell wants that? Now, there's also salmonella dangers. Of course, if you've got salmonella in your pets, then you don't want to touch them. Or if you do, wash your hands most thoroughly, the World Health Organizational way. And then you can move on through the rest of your day, including, petting other people if you are into that after getting so close with animals that you're getting salmonella. Now, to protect your pet from respiratory diseases, vaccinate your pet for Bordetella, Parain influenza, and canine influenza, which are the most common vaccine-preventable respiratory diseases in pets. Your veterinarian can help you determine which vaccines your pet should have, based on its risk factors. Now, this is a fluid situation, of course, and I will update yourselves as events warrant. And, okay, I've got an incoming communique. Is there a vaccination against the COVID-19 coronavirus that my pet can receive? Dude, we don't even have COVID-19 vaccines available for humans, let alone animals. Not currently. The World Health Organization estimates that a vaccine for humans might be available within 12, more realistically, 18 months. Probably 2 years from now. So, okay. again, I get the question that I haven't gone into in any great detail. Maybe it's time to do that. Well, not too detailed, but people are asking me how this virus spreads. Well, according to the CDC, the virus is thought to spread mainly from person to person, between people who are in close contact within one another, like within about 6 feet, or when you're ambushed by a handshaker. And it's done via respiratory droplets produced when an infected person coughs or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or the noses of people who are nearby, or possibly be inhaled into the lungs just by passerby when you sneeze. It may be possible that a person can get COVID-19 by touching a surface or object that has the virus on it, such as a doorknob or a toilet seat, and then touching their own mouth, nose, or possibly their eyes. So this means every time you touch a doorknob, don't hesitate to wash your hands. You might take to wearing surgical gloves or latex gloves. Surgical gloves would be more practical. Just going around in public, honestly. And people start, fuck everybody who would deny you that. If anybody denies you that, they obviously don't have your own best interests at heart. Let them catch the coronavirus. Okay, here's a cute one. Should my pet wear a face mask when in public? Now, there are, since World War I, gas masks for both equines and canines, both horses and dogs. But masks like this, surgical masks, the equivalent thereof made for pets, may not be effective in preventing diseases transmitted by bodily fluid droplets. To protect your pet from respiratory diseases, vaccinate your pet for Bordetella, Parian influenza, and canine influenza, which be the most common vaccine-preventable respiratory diseases in pets. For God's sakes, whether you're an animal or human, or whether you're a human who has animals, get your goddamn flu shot and make sure they get theirs. Now, the United States Embassy released health requirements for coronavirus-positive Americans to return home following the outbreak on the Diamond Princess cruise ship. So there be 3 health requirements Americans must pass to return to United States soil. Americans have to pass 3 sets of health requirements to return to American soil after testing positive for the coronavirus. This is according to letters I've reviewed, dispatched by the United States Embassy. Now, these 3 requirements made for Americans abroad with the virus include any fever being resolved with the absence of medication, an improvement to signs and symptoms of the illness, and the patient testing negative to 2 sets of nasal and throat swabs within 24 hours of each other. These guidelines closely follow what the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention recommends for hospitals when releasing patients from isolation. Reports have circulated that coronavirus-positive citizens could return to the United States after a 14-day quarantine, which is the high estimate of how long the virus's incubation period lasts. But the embassy has made clear that each citizen thereafter would need to pass further the 3 requirements I've just articulated. The reason I know about this is because San Francisco maintains, what do we call them again? Instead of embassies, we have, Brendan, help me out here. If they're not embassies, they're embassies are, of course, in the capital of any nation. But major international economic hubs, where they're financial centers, like Tel Aviv-Yafo or the original capital of Israel. Consulates, thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you, Brendan. Hugs. Yeah, we have consulates. That's how I assess this. And so when it comes to what I found out, from our consulates, they were prepping for the ship we've got right offshore that we're pulling another Diamond Princess. And by the way, it's the same fucking Princess Cruise Lines. And the Princess Cruise Lines is they bear a little going into themselves. It's one of those coronavirus moments when you just really have to confront the fact that if you're elderly, come on. Ooh, I understand that old people go on these cruises, but really? The Grand Princess cruise ship that's right outside of San Francisco. Basically, I think one of the passengers has expressed the sentiment, we're in a jail cell, but on sea. I mean, what she means to say is we're at sea, or they're also on sea, they're in a boat. But it's definitely the Princess Cruises. They've got to be under fire at this point. And we've got this Grand Princess cruise ship that's where people are testing positive. It's one of these coronavirus moments where they've got to be held responsible. And at this point, God knows how they're going to be impacted by it. And if you're elderly, stay off the goddamn cruise ships for now. You don't want to go there. And I don't even understand why. Well, I don't want to damage the cruise liner industry. It's not like I'm exposed to, that I'm that exposed publicly at this point where I have that effect economically. But nevertheless, I can feel what they're going through. But it's one of those things where because of the situation, the consulates were able to provide me information that I'm sharing with you now. And so it's like this. These consulates have writ that you will not be cleared to travel simply by waiting 14 fucking days. So it's going to take a lot more than just stepping off that ship. And these letters from the embassy have been specifically sent to United States citizens on board the ship that's waiting off the San Francisco shoreline, just as they were sent to United States citizens on board the Diamond Princess cruise ship in Yokohama, Japan, by the United States Embassy in Tokyo. That ship that had been docked there due to the Japanese officials placing it under quarantine offshore, which the Americans were cussing out the Japanese for doing, saying, oh, this was a real bad way to handle this and all this shit. Well, now we're doing it ourselves. Right out my fucking window. And the quarantine period in Japan officially ended for the 3,711 passengers. I mean, imagine that. 3,711 people and crew on board that ship. But it did not signal the quarantine period ending for the ship itself did not signal that everyone would immediately be able to return to their respective home countries. They weren't supposed to. Trump demanded they be brought back immediately without further quarantine, which I'm articulating now is what they're enforcing or going to enforce on the people offshore from where I'm at. And the goal of the quarantine in either case, whether it was Japan or offshore from outside my window, was to keep and is to keep the people on board the ship off land to prevent the spread of this virus. But this has instead only heightened the spread of it. In Japan's case, you had 621 reported cases on the ship almost immediately, including 3 Japanese health officials brought on to help curb the virus. I don't even know what's happening. No one knows other than people who are directly in communication with the ship what the hell's going on off the shore of San Francisco right now. So that idiot who was bought off by the communist Chinese who runs the World Health Organization is one example of someone I don't even trust. But the man I do trust is the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases at the National Institutes of Health, Dr. Anthony Fauci, who said that the quarantine process in Yokohama failed. And he's likely going to draw the same conclusion about what's happening here in the San Francisco Greater Bay Area Metroplex region off the Golden Gate. To quote his tea, I'd like to sugarcoat it and try to be diplomatic about it, but it failed. People were getting infected on that ship. Something went awry in the process of the quarantining on that ship. I don't know what it was, but a lot of people got infected on that ship. And it was just, as Brendan said, a scientific laboratory to study the process of the infection so that the Japanese Empire would be better able to respond to it at a national level. One of the passengers, Arnold Hoplin, who was a primary care physician from Tennessee, later told the Wall Street Journal what potentially went wrong on the cruise ship during quarantine to aid in its spreading, or becoming a petri dish for the spread of coronavirus. And he said that people were encouraged to remain in their rooms for the majority of the day, but they were then allowed to go on walks on the ship's decks while wearing masks. It was also advised for people to have minimal contact with other passengers, but officials believe not everyone complied with those rules. And also, that same Dr. Arnold Hopland, who was actually a passenger on that ship, and in a sense a prisoner, he testified that crew members were allowed to roam the ship freely, and those crew members would go door to door daily to deliver guests food and other supplies. And he basically has testified that, to quote him directly, he said, "I was surprised I was negative because I knew the virus had swept through this boat like wildfire. My analogy is they put us in a petri dish to get infected for their study." Exactly as Brendan Zogett said. So Brendan Zogett, you've just had a fucking MD confirm your, shall we say it, hypothesis. And Japanese officials confirmed that 12 passengers on the ship, both of whom were in their 80s, died after contracting the virus almost immediately. Carnival Corporation, which owns and operates the Diamond Princess cruise ship and probably the cruise ship right offshore San Francisco, has agreed to cover the testing costs the American passengers on the cruise ship who've tested positive for the virus were charged. According to the U.S. Embassy in Japan. I don't know if they're going to set up a similar deal here. The least they can do, eh? And those passengers involved in either case will have to submit that they've passed the 3 health requirements before the embassy, in the Japanese case, was supposed to clear them to fly to the United States. All of that overruled by the U.S. State Department under orders from Donald Trump. Hopefully, it's enforced here off San Francisco. And the CDC has also put a travel ban on the other American passengers for 14 days after they leave the Diamond Princess cruise ship to ensure the virus doesn't spread. That was the CDC. Trump said, fuck it, and bring him back now. That way we can fuck everybody in the United States and blame the Asians and start a race war, reopen the internment camps, and finish off what we couldn't do in World War II, because the Japanese won the war. That's what this is about. Now, due to the spread of the coronavirus into the Japanese Empire, the CDC issued that new travel advisory that senior citizens should avoid going to Japan. And it moved their containment quarantine in this regard to the area of level 1, which is the lowest of 3 travel advisory levels. Level 1 encourages travelers to stay away from sick people in location and wash their hands often. Hong Kong has also received a level 1 travel advisory. The Communist Chinese Empire on the mainland, Red China itself, is at level fucking 3. That's the highest warning level, which advises people not to travel at all to that country for any non-essential trips until the coronavirus outbreak is under control. So yes, protect yourself and those reliant upon you. Prepare for the coronavirus, but rationally do so. Freaking out over COVID-19 won't help, but washing your hands will. Now, Brendan Zoget, about a month ago in his preparations for COVID-19, then just known as the coronavirus, he proceeded in his preparations by refilling some essential heart medications he was worried might run out if there were serious supply chain disruptions. Now, the pills weren't for him, they were for his cat. Well, rather, it's his mother's cat. And he figured it was better to be safe than sorry. Actually, I'm kind of making that up, but it gives you an idea of how to prepare if you have a pet, just as you would for seniors in your home or something like that. Brendan Zoget was too busy buying beans for himself to worry about the goddamn cat. But he likes the cat better than he does his mother. And now that coronavirus has spread to at least 48 countries, more and more people are confronting the question of how much preparation is enough, whether for themselves or those people and pets reliant upon them. And experts have known for weeks that this disease was likely to spread around the world, though, of course, little is certain since this virus is so new. The risk communication expert, Peter Sandman, says the CDC should have emphasized earlier, much earlier, the need for individuals and companies to prepare. Now, all too suddenly, the CDC is sounding alarms that should have been sounded long ago. But President Trump isn't helping matters by countering their warnings with vague reassurances. Like, someday this virus is going to disappear. Just disappear. You know, like Donald Trump. The panic we're seeing now is what Sandman, the risk communications analyst, calls an adjustment reaction. When something frightening comes along, people tend to overreact temporarily and possibly become too paralyzed to take any action whatsoever. If people can get used to the problem, they'd be more prepared to act rationally. By the way, I'm getting an incoming message from Brendan that he says, I did have to get my cat fixed before my East Indian vet stopped showing up to work. Due to coronavirus, no doubt. Cool. There you go. Now, there's no need to be frightened, but it's useful for people to prepare in a practical sense and an emotional one. Emotionally preparing means staying calm and ready for changes such as the cancellation of large events or requests to avoid public transportation. Requests that would be issued from your government that you avoid public transportation in general, the population. Now, hopefully we don't get our large event on Mount Shasta canceled, the Living Truth Summit, but that's a long way down the road, comparatively speaking. Let's hope the coronavirus burns itself out by then. We can pray. Now, practical preparation can take as many forms. Companies should be cross-training people in case any essential employees become infected. Employees can gear up for the prospect of having to temporarily telecommute or work from home. School closings are not just possible, they're already happening, and might cause more absenteeism. There be ways to plan ahead to minimize disruption if key people be too sick or too scared to come to work. And since people over 65 appear much more likely to die from this virus than younger people, it can't hurt for all of us to check on older people we know and make sure they be safely supplied with their medications and their food. You may see lots of people, either in person or in media images, wearing masks, giving rise to the impression that this be the thing to do, but experts don't advise healthy people to buy them. They say it's far better to simply wash your hands. It sounds trivial, but lives might be spared if more people took the time to do it more thoroughly and more often. Pretend you were a doctor. I mean, not just like by example, like, hey, for instance, this isn't a for instance where I'm saying, say you're a doctor, where doctors, of course, are supposed to be in the habit of washing their goddamn hands. Act on the fucking street and in your everyday life as if you were a fucking doctor. And that you had to wash your hands from patient to patient. From waiting room to patient holding area, everywhere you went, you're washing your hands to prevent the spread of disease. Act like a doctor. Think doctor to get your way through this crisis. People should also watch the news and consider staying home if the disease spreads widely in their neighborhoods. In the absence of a national hotline for people who feel symptoms, that's my hint to President fucking Trump. We really ought to have a national fucking hotline for people who feel symptoms, like I psychosomatically did after shaking that idiot's hand. And if you think you feel sick, it would be better to call your doctor than show up at the emergency room. There's a risk that people will overwhelm hospitals. As a matter of fact, fuck it, there ain't no risk. That's going to happen with the infected spreading the disease to the worried well. So you don't want to be one of the worried well who winds up, well, infected by putting yourself in an environment where you're exposed that you didn't need to do had you just called your advice nurse or a clinic. Use your telephone first. Experts disagree on whether to relax travel bans or start regional quarantines. Right now, a good precaution would be to keep an eye on the news and avoid travel to places with big outbreaks. There's going to be no big outbreak on Mount Shasta. It's too fucking cold. And, of course, consider staying home from work if the disease breaks out in your city or your town. There's still so much scientists do not know for sure about this new disease. The incubation time, why it's deadly in some cases and mild in others, why children seem to be less affected than adults, why the disease appears more fatal to men than to women, even in experimental animals. The men are far more vulnerable to this disease than the female species. As far as I'm concerned, that's a good thing. And also the fact that it doesn't hurt the kids. Scientists don't know how much faster the disease would have spread without those travel bans and quarantines enforced in and against Red China. And we don't know how many unknown cases are lurking because the communist Chinese, in covering their ass, never shut down in time. And the experts of so many fields involved in investigating this emergency, it's far beyond a crisis, it's a global emergency, are not sure whether it will subside in the summer as the seasonal flu does, and they don't yet know whether it will eventually burn itself out or settle into a seasonal pattern as happened with the pandemic flu outbreaks of 1917, the so-called Spanish influenza, and 1957. Now, Trump's bluster about a vaccine has not been helpful. As I've articulated, that's likely to take months if we're fucking lucky. We're talking miracle. More likely, at least a year. And people are worried, understandably, about the immediate future, or at least the near future. You want to survive the immediate to worry about the near. And even saying the risk is extremely low is vague in and of itself. It's practically meaningless. The risk that any given individual will die from this is low. But the risk that things will change, I mean, your fucking world will change, is high. World War I led to World War II. And World War I was ended by weaponized American Army influenza that killed 100 million people worldwide. More people in a single year than the Black Plague killed in 100. More people in 24 hours than AIDS has ever killed. This could be that redux. Again, in repeat. And our man, Brendan, says, yes, that reminds me about what I was going to tell you about 1918 influenza. It started in March and went through the summer. Not normal. Yes, it was not normal. It wasn't natural. It was an unnatural, weaponized bioproduct. So settle in for a long period of uncertainty. And if you, or your cat, needs an essential medication, best go out and get it now. Now, that puts us in the front row. And by that I mean it brings us to what happened at this year's Oscars, which I finally got a chance to review a tape of. And let me indulge myself by a little trip to the live dashboard before I get into that. Derek Talley saying hello, everyone. God bless him. And Monty Royale is saying, oh, pet face masks. Yes. He says it's loud and clear. Thank you, Monty. He says, I recommend anyone sick should take a bath with a cup or two of bleach. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, I don't. He says it should be able to oxidize most pathogens via osmosis in the body. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't personally recommend that. No, I don't. People do this. I don't recommend it. Epidermally, conceivably, that could, cause cancer in the long term if one is repeatedly exposed. Yet, our man who sponsors me, Ben Astenius, he took bleach baths repeatedly when he had a horrible case of some god-awful illness. I don't even remember what the fuck it was. The flesh-eating virus or something. He was in itching agony. Agony that itched. Pain and itch that he could only treat with bleach baths that is not total raw bleach, but bleach in the water, in the bath water, that his doctors decried. In other words, his doctors recommended against it strongly, but he did it, and he did it repeatedly to help himself feel better. The baths were excruciatingly painful, like bathing in acid, because that's what you're fucking doing. And maybe he'll get long-term cancer from it, but he's gotten to this age and it hasn't manifested skin cancer that I would expect to erupt from that. But, unless you've got something going on like that, why would you even try? And JMO72 is with us, JMO Reese. He says, COVID's going to mutate fast, probably. And Sarah Shields is saying, hi, JMO, it could. It's... JMO, it's already mutated. This is the mutation. JMO's looking for zombies, okay? Because he's how would I say it? He's not humanity's friend. And I say that affectionately. I know where he's coming from. And I've been there. So it's already mutated. And he says, you reminds me of how people are in New York City. I forgot what we were talking about. He must be talking about maybe all the smells that Brendan and I were talking about in India. And so aside from that, seems pretty quiet in the chat room, though people are welcome to go to town in there. So at this year's Oscars, both in its particulars and the results that it delivered, Academy members faced up to their own symbolic part in the dire state of the nation. And I'll start with our nation, then I'm going to go across the Pacific to South Korea. the Oscars brought to mind all of the economic crisis that we're contending with on either side of the Pacific, all across the world. And before I turn to that, our lovely Selena Khan has provided myself a beverage recipe for the rest of my life, a longevity potion. So she says, no worries to me, I will not contract corona. Well, maybe she has a psychic prescience about that. Thank you, honey. And she's got the turmeric potion, a cup of warm water, teaspoon of manuka honey or pure organic honey, lemon juice, a pinch of organic turmeric. Mix and drink it all the time. You will receive the turmeric soon. Oh, she was so wonderful. She sent me some turmeric tea, and she's going to send me some turmeric now. Oh, God bless her. Love you, honey. And look forward to meeting you at Mount Shasta. Definitely know she was discussing this with Peter Moon. They both live in New York. And she's a real estate agent. And, Peter Moon's just buying property all the time. That's how he got to know her. With all the money he makes off the books he publishes. That's how he could afford the young wife, Paula. And, each of his marriages has been getting younger in terms of his brides. I really hope this marriage just works out to the point where Paula and he are just, stabilized the rest of their life. Because, next time he gets married, the young lady's going to be swinging her teddy bear while walking down the aisle. At any rate, that brings us to what we've got in America, that we've got this coronal virus exacerbating the economic situation that I barely articulated before when I was bringing up super adolescent man children, the man boys who live with their parents. And that's when Derek Talley was vetting and verifying what I was saying, yeah, every year he reads about some jackass whose parents have died and he's just got them stuffed in the refrigerator and has got that bolted and locked up with chains likely so they don't break out during the zombie apocalypse and get back at him. And he keeps on collecting their Social Security checks. This shit happens all the time. And you got all these other cases where guys who don't have that advantage are basically trying to work for a living, and they're scrambling hand to mouth, flying by the seat of their pants, and barely treading water. And their parents, of course, have spent all their money on, Princess Cruises that they're going on all over the place till the coronavirus put a stop to that. And these elderly people are spending all their money, and they really have no money to pass on to their children. And all they have to give their children is hard assets like property. They will them the house, or several houses, more than likely with many of these white folk. And so these kids inherit these homes, these super adolescent man boys, and that's the end of them. I mean, they cannot afford to maintain these homes or, more importantly, rehabilitate them for sale. And besides that, who the fuck is going to buy? The majority of people who are able to buy a home are old fogies with enough money to do so when they're not spending it on cruise lines where they're spreading coronavirus. So the elderly people can buy and sell homes. Young people normally cannot. The elderly who might want to buy a house are, not going to buy homes from people who cannot afford to maintain them. So your average person is going to wind up with 2-3 houses. These young super adolescent man boys are going to become squatters. These houses are going to quickly fall into dilapidation as they cannot uphold the integrity of the building structure. And whoever does buy that piece of shit, by the time they buy it, years from now, after everything resettles, they're going to have to bulldoze down the entire fucking home and rebuild it from the ground up. These things are going to become nothing but money pits. For anyone who invests in them, for the people who inherit them. This is going to devastate the real estate economy, and in communist China, it's going to be the end. It's going to be the crash, because every company in communist China is a real estate company. Whether you're making movies or you're producing pharmaceuticals, all companies in China invest in real estate. It is the measure of their wealth. it's going to change the world. So that brings us to the great affordability crisis breaking America today. In one of the best decades the American economy has ever recorded, families were bled dry. In the 2010s, was the decade we refer to as the teens, 2010 through 2019. The national unemployment rate dropped from a high of 9.9% to its current rate of just 3.5%. The economy expanded each and every year. Wages picked up for high-income workers as soon as the Great Recession ended, and picked up for lower-income workers in the second half of the decade. Americans' confidence in the economy hit its highest point since the year 2000, the beginning of the third millennium of the Christian calendar, right before the dot-com bubble burst. The headline economic numbers look good, if not great. But beyond the headline economic numbers, a multifarious and strangely invisible economic crisis metastasized. And I perceive it as the great affordability crisis. This crisis involved not just what families earned, but the other half of the ledger as well, how they spent their earnings. In one of the best decades in the American economy that has ever been recorded, families were bled dry by landlords, hospital administrators, university bursars, and child care centers. For millions of Americans, a roaring economy was experienced as precarious or downright terrible. Viewing the economy through a cost of living paradigm helps explain as to why roughly 2 in 5 American adults would struggle to come up with $400 in an emergency so many years after the Great Recession ended. It helps explain why 1 in 5 adults is unable to pay for the current month's bills in full. It demonstrates why a surprise furnace repair bill, a parking ticket, a court fee, or medical expense remains ruinous for so many American families. Not just individuals, but fucking families, despite all the wealth this country has generated for the elite. Fully 1 in 3 households is classified as financially fragile, meaning that aside from the fact that they maintain a household, they're essentially street people. And along with the rise of inequality, the slowdown in productivity growth, and the shrinking of the middle class, the spiraling cost of living has become a central facet of American economic life. If your crisis amenable to policy solutions at the state, local, and federal levels of government at which I have worked, in every case, I've worked at the federal, the state, and the municipal level of governance. And this is a crisis, I insist, can be solved via policy with all of the 2020 candidates. President Donald Trump himself included, teasing or pushing sweeping solutions for this problem around its edges without ever addressing it frontally. But absent those solutions that be so desperately needed, it looks certain to get worse for the foreseeable future, leaving households fragile, exacerbating the American empire's inequality, slowing down growth, smothering productivity, and putting families' dreams of security out of reach, and rendering them naught but dreams in the definition of the term. The price of housing represents the most acute part of this crisis. In metro areas such as the Bay Area, like mine own San Francisco Golden Gate, Seattle, and Boston, severe supply shortages have led to soaring prices. Millions of low and middle income families are no longer able to purchase centrally located homes. The median asking price for a single-family home in San Francisco has reached $1.6 million United States dollars. Even with today's low interest rates, that would require a monthly mortgage payment of roughly 6,000 United States dollars, assuming that a family puts down the standard 20%. In Manhattan, where my dear brother from another mother, the black African-American named Stephen Miles, resides, or somewhere nearby in New York City, listings for sale now ask an average of nearly 1,800 United States dollars per square foot. The housing cost crisis in mine own Greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region and New York City together be the American empire's most obscene. But the problem is national, driven by a combination of stagnant wages, restrictive building codes, and underinvestment in construction, among other trends. Home prices are rising faster than wages in roughly 80% of American metro regions. In the year before yesteryear, circa 2018, housing affordability declined in every one of the 160-some urban areas analyzed by the National Association of Realtors, save for one single place in the United States, Decatur, Illinois. Rising prices and housing shortages are squeezing families otherwise in Reno, Minneapolis, and Phoenix. The problem now even extends to rural areas where income growth has lagged in the post-recession period. A recent report by the Pew Charitable Trust found sizable increases in the number of households spending half or more of their income on housing in rural areas across this country. The housing crisis is hitting Bertie County, North Carolina, and Irion County, Texas, too, as I found out from Crystal River. One central effect of the housing cost crisis has been to turn the United States into a country of renters. The home ownership rate has fallen from a peak of nearly 70% in the mid-aughts, meaning the zeros decade from the year 2000 through 2010, to under 65% today. The numbers are more acute for millennials, whose home ownership rate is 8 percentage points lower than that of their parents at the same age. And unable to buy, roughly 3.5 million younger families have kept renting, delaying the millennial and Generation X cohorts' wealth accumulation, thus consigning them to worse net worth trajectories for the rest of their lives, as has happened to myself, as a member of the so-called Generation X, the 13th American generation, the most aborted generation, no matter where you live on planet Earth, in all human history, with the advent of the pill and the technologies or techniques Collateral. And renting for many families is not affordable either. Nearly half of renters are facing uncomfortable monthly bills, and the cost of renting has risen faster than renters' incomes for a full 20 fucking years by now. The cost of living crisis extends beyond housing. Healthcare costs be exorbitant as well. Americans pay roughly twice as much for insurance and medical services as do citizens of any other developed nation on Earth, but they do not have better outcomes. We are not getting what we're paying for. In the post-recession period, premiums, deductibles, and out-of-pocket costs in general just kept rising, eating away at families' budgets, casting millions into debt, and consigning millions more to bankruptcy. The cost burden of health coverage climbed through the aughts, the 2010s. Just from 2010 through 2016, family private insurance premiums jumped 28% to $17,710, while median household incomes rose less than 20%. That meant less take-home pay for workers. In terms of deductibles, which be what a family has to fork over before insurance kicks in, they also soared. From 2010 through to 2016, the share of employees in health plans with a deductible jumped from 78% to 85%. And the average annual deductible went from less than 2,000 United States dollars to more than 3,000 US dollars. The country's insurance premiums and out-of-pocket health cost burdens are just very, very high, including for people with publicly subsidized or even public housing. The average person on Medicare spends 5,460 United States dollars on healthcare beyond what they pay for insurance every year. The average person with Medicaid forks over nearly half that. No wonder III bankruptcies be related to medical issues, and nearly 140 million American adults report medical financial hardship each and every year. It's enough to make almost every American an MIA. No, not missing in action, though it functionally be the same financially. But it's acronymous as a civilian for a medically indigent adult. Next up is student loan debt, $1 trillion stone placed on young adults' backs, or, to be more accurate, the 1.4 trillion United States dollar stone, up 6% year over year and 116% in a decade. Student loan debt is now a bigger burden for households than car loans or credit card debt. Half of students now take on loans of one kind or another to try for a higher educational degree, and outstanding debts typically total 20,000 through 25,000 United States dollars, requiring monthly payments of 200 through 300 United States dollars, though of course many students owe much, much more. Now nearly 50 million adults are stuck working off their educational debt loads, including 1 in 3 adults in their 20s, erasing the college wealth premium for younger Americans and eroding the college earnings premium to the point where getting an education is fucking pointless! That's why I said 5G is so important. Eliminate the fucking university system and download the information directly into your mind! Yes, with 5G, we can do that. Finally, childcare. Spending on daycare, nannies, and other direct care services for kids has increased by 2,000% in the past 4 decades. And families now commonly spend $15,000 through to $26,000 United States dollars a year to have someone watch their kid so they can work to earn the money to pay for that. Such care is grossly unaffordable for low-income parents in metro areas across this country, causing many people to drop out of the labor force completely. But 1 in 4 American mothers returns to work within 12 weeks of giving birth. So heavy are the other costs of burden of living in this country. The whole system is broken. The federal government has set as a benchmark that low-income families should not spend more than 7% of their income on childcare. But childcare is generally the single biggest line item on young families' budgets, bigger even than rent or mortgage payments. Putting a kid in daycare costs 18% of annual income in my own golden state of California. Home-based options equal 14% of family income in Nebraska. Having an infant in professional care in the District of Columbia, the capital of our goddamn empire, costs more than most poor families can ever conceivably earn. It all adds up, and it all subtracts from families' well-being. The price tags for tuition and fees at colleges and universities have risen twice as fast as wages, if not more, in recent years. Rental costs are outpacing wage gains by a percentage point or more a year. Healthcare costs have grown twice as fast as workers' wages. And childcare costs have exploded. These costs pressures are particularly acute on young Americans who have seen worse employment prospects and smaller raises than any of their older counterparts. The effects be wide-ranging. High costs are preventing workers from moving to high-productivity cities, thus smothering the country's economic vibrancy and putting a drag on its gross domestic product. Acronymus as GDP. Economists have estimated that GDP would be as much as 10% higher if more workers could afford to live in places like San Jose, the economically fastest and expanding region in California, maybe the largest city in California next to Los Angeles. And Boston be another city that comes to mind. High costs are forcing families to delay getting married and therefore are forced per circumstance to have fewer children, because who wants a bastard child out of wedlock? All this putting the dream of owning a home completely out of reach within one's lifetime. What is perhaps most frustrating is that the great affordability crisis is amenable to policy solutions. Ones most other rich countries adopted decades ago. In other developed economies, childcare, early education, and higher education are all public goods and do not require high interest rate debts or endless scrambling by exhausted young parents to procure. Other wealthy nations have public health systems that cover everybody at far lower cost, whether through socialized or private models. And numerous proposals would transform residential construction in this country, including one that just failed in California's legislature. But the great affordability crisis hides in plain sight, obvious to households but unmentioned in the country's headline economic numbers. It persists even as President Donald Trump rightly praises the country's growth, low unemployment rate, and rising household incomes. And though there be many nationwide policies that could end this crisis, they all seem unlikely to pass through the country's broken Congress. The brightest glimmer of hope lies in housing and healthcare policy by individual states. But even that still be dim glimmer. This crisis looks sure to stay with us for the coming decade, whatever recessions or expansions it may hold. Such almost guaranteed to dislocate our economics via the virus